Hello. Hello, hello. There we go. Okay, perfect. All right, I changed a lot with my setup today, so I'm still tweaking some stuff. Firstly, let me turn down the Spotify for a moment. Though I love hopes and dreams. Yes, hello, happy Sunday. Hope you guys are having a good start to your week. I had an interesting time. Looks like nah, no worries. Okay. I'll talk about stuff a little bit more here in a moment. Let's see. Oh, actually, sorry, 1 second. I'm gonna throw up my be right back screen. I forgot a thing. I will be back. Ooh, let's stop the Spotify. Hello, 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 hello. Hey, Spotify. Hey, Spotify. Stop it. Well, now Stream Deck, why are you being mean to me? There we go. Okay, fine. Gosh, and now Spotify is like frozen. Oh, hi, Senti. How are you? Hi. I'm just getting kind of into the. Oh, and thank you for the host as well. Yeah, we're just gonna have kind of a chill time. I know that winter in Stardew Valley uh there isn't as much I can do like farming wise. Sleepy but good? Good. Oh, wait, actually, 1 second. Stardew Valley. Hold up. 1 second. I have to show some things. Let's go back over here. So, I mess with some stuff on my Stream Deck. And So what do I want to start with? Let's do these. So I now have some sound effects set up. So I don't have to go over to sound alerts if I ever want to do this noise again. I just have a button for it now. I also have, let's see. I have that one. And I have FBI, open up! And I have oh, and then obviously very important. And then also I did set up some voices. So I hope to have a lot of fun with these.
This one is very, very deep and very spooky. It's very, very funny for me because I can't hear myself right now. I'm just assuming that the voice is working because the Stream Deck says it's working.
I got this one. Sounds like I'm talking through a megaphone. And then okay, it's working. Yay, good. And then this one, where I'm in a cave. I'm hoping to use these for good comedic effect. Oh, and then the most important thing, in an attempt to become, I guess, more say-so, I have installed a censor noise. The Hatoful Boyfriend cave. Oh yeah, no, this is man, I kind of wish I had that when I played Hatoful Boyfriend, so I could have used it for when we actually had those scenes in the cave, so I could have just been like, wow, what a wonderful day to date birds and live in a cave. A very normal thing that people do. Okay, that's all pretty much I have for right now, so let's actually go play Stardew. But yeah, that's how I spend my day so far. I also don't know why I'm looking up so much today. I do not have control over it right now for some reason. Okay. I don't even remember how far into winter we got. Like a couple of days, I think? Day 3. Spent my day editing my Vroid model and napping. That doesn't sound terrible. I need to do some stuff with my Halloween looks. And yes, looks is plural. I have ideas. I have too many ideas, one might say. Oh yeah, I got a kitchen. Forgot about that. Oh, I need to check the vibes. I can't go a day without checking the vibes. Tell me. What do we got? The spirits are in a good humor today. I think you'll have a little extra luck. Oh, wonderful. Great. Cool. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I put Sullivan out here. Hi. That's okay if you haven't encountered any crows. You're mostly here for aesthetics right now. Oh, yeah, and I planted trees. Okay, I'm remembering this stuff now. This winter music is very dramatic. So I'm just listening to it because I like it. I should have... I was just about to say I should have bought more turnip head scarecrows, but no, that was not happening. Kitty? Eddie kitty? I heard kitty noise. Oh, there you are! Oh, you're licking your paw! I didn't even know there was a sound effect for that. Wonderful, perfect. Oh, yeah, I need to move the chickie coop so that they're with everybody else so everyone can be friends. Twitch did not want to load this stream. Sorry, Punt. I have my bitrate set kind of low today just because my internet connection was not very cooperative. But I'm glad that it loaded for you. Actually, so I was supposed to do a stream on somebody else's channel last night. I was supposed to go on Ico Kane's channel and play Dread Hunger. But what happened was my internet was so slow. I do not know what was going on. Like nothing I could do would fix it. I think it was just like, oh, something going on with like my computer or something. But what was slightly funny about it is I I went to a friend's birthday party before, you know, the scheduling of the stream, and I left to come and do the stream. But when, you know, stuff wasn't working, I actually went back to the party because I was having a good time, and I met some fun new people. But it was a little bit awkward to be like, okay, bye, I have things to do, and then like half an hour later be like, hey, guess what? I'm back, hello. But no, I had a good time. Oh, and I should say, sometimes life says take a break and go party. I guess. Ooh, purple mush. You don't get those very often. That's fun. Life do, yes. Oh yeah, so I should address today's question of the day. I totally forgot to. Let me pop it in the chat real quick. At the party last night, we talked about video games a lot, and I had a good time. So I want to ask people today what your favorite video game is and why. Mine, I actually haven't thought about this in a hot second, but it's either BioShock or maybe Persona 5 has like eked its way into the top. Maybe it has finally dethroned BioShock, which has been my favorite game since BioShock came out. But like BioShock is every aesthetic that I like. It's dark 20s Prohibition era kind of stuff. And I love like Atlas as a character. I love a lot of stuff about BioShock. Oh, I need to go buy more hay for the babies. I will say, like, and I don't think any game is like perfect, right? Like every game has its own problems, and like obviously the last couple hours of BioShock is a little bit rough. Dark Souls. Oh yeah, yeah, you've been playing a lot of Dark Souls, Senti. And Final Fantasy IV, first game I bought with my own money. Oh, that's great. I actually don't know, is 4 the one with Kefka, or is that one 6? Which one has Kefka? That's the only thing I know about like older Final Fantasies. Anything before like Final Fantasy VII. Why do I have no energy? What did I do? It's okay. It's fine. We'll have a relaxing day. That's 6. Okay. But no, I need to look into like what the other Final Fantasy games, like what their stories are and stuff. Because I don't even know the story of 6. I really like Kefka's design. Let's go see the chickies. And I just really like how Kefka looks. Kefka has very dangerous gay energy. Oh, my inventory's full. Oh man, I probably do need to buy that backpack, huh? Oh, and I forgot to put the pail back. Kefka is a husband. I'm not gonna call Kefka a husband because I don't know enough about him for me to fully go husband. But I love the design. I've wanted to make a Kefka like cosplay for a minute, even though I've never played the game. I love the look. Oh, also I did change my mic setup a little bit. My mic is now a little bit more in front of my face than off to the side. So if I'm too loud, let me know. I'm trying. Oh, he's absolute shit, worst person ever. That's kind of the vibe I got. But very husband. You know what? Sometimes we have to have a problematic husband. A problematic fave husband, if you will. All right. Okay. Nice, I need to go get the... Let me put some stuff away. Hi, Sullivan. Oh yeah, and I got a dinosaur egg last time. I forgot about that. Okay, all the Jonathans can go there for right now, and the clay can go away. Okay, good. Let's go get the rest of the eggies. Oh yeah, I remember at the end of last stream, I tried to get Robin to move this chicken coop, and she just was not at her place of business. Oh, which one are you? Benry! Hi, Benry! Thank you for egg. And then this one, you are Tina. Hi, Tina. And Congus, I love you. And Henry, I love you. Okay, I do need to also buy hay for the babies, though. They are going to go hungry if I don't do something. Congus! I'm assuming this very, very large egg I'm holding over my head is was from Congus. We're gonna sell all of these things. Doot. Wonderful. Oh, and then boop. Worms. Worms? There we go. I wish I could like click it again and get rid of that little patch because it just stays there, but it's fine, it's whatever. Let's go over to Marnie and hope that she is at her place of business. Oh, it's already 2:20 p.m.? Wow. Today went by fast. Oh, look at these little holly bushes, so cute. Oh, hi Marnie, I require a lot of hay. Okay, we'll do 20 for the chickie coop. And then 20... Actually, wait, let me get... I'm gonna get a little bit extra for the barn because we have the cows and the goats. We have 5 whole animals living there now. I now have no money, but that's okay. Actually, let me fix my screen a little bit. Let me just go, boop, there we go. Okay. Oh, and all the music has stopped. Move you guys soon. I'm probably not gonna be able to go and get to Robin today. It's already 3 p.m. Okay, chickies. Oh, you guys already had more hay in here. The hell? That was on me being stupid then. I apologize. Oh, well, Lord. I have now goofed. Ambient noise time. Yes. There we go. Okay. You guys can hang out there for a second, I guess. I have to, Oh, I should have just, like, left enough hay in my inventory for the chickens. I used all my brain power setting up dumb noises on my, stream deck. Now I have no more brain cells to spare. Not that I had any to spare to begin with, but... But oh, hello cows and goats. Are we warm? We're doing good. Benedetto. Oh yeah, I forgot I have Benedetto. And Sophie and Lizzie and Eugenie. Oh, 2 hearts on Eugenie. Yay. And Rhombus. Should I allow pregnancy on some of these? No. Oh, okay, so it's already allowed. I see. But if I can only buy lady cows, how pregnant? How can get pregante? Let's see. How late is Robin's? Open. Doot. 5. Oh yeah, I'm not getting there that time. Life finds a way. Lesbum. Lesbum. Okay, so I do have that. Okay, I got the winter root. Okay. I think so. It said that the spirits were in a good humor, so maybe I'll go to the mines. So let me grab my mine things. I have cake. I do not have a lot of food. I will need to go get like an energy thingy from Harvey here in a bit. Oh, I almost have enough slimes to give to the kidnapples. But Senti, I just yeah, no. Life finds a way. We would genuinely have a Jurassic Park situation on our hands. We're just they found out a way to get pregnant. They did it. They were determined. Oh, no. Excuse? Hi, Eddie. Yay! No, anything else in here? Oh, I got mixed seeds. Oh, no. I can make some field snacks, though. I feel like that's good and important. Oh yeah, I have all of this wheat in here just so I can, like, make beer one day eventually. Let's go. Oh, hey, I didn't know I could use my scroll wheel. Wonderful. I learned something today. Okay, now we got field snacks. Oh, no. You guys can go back. You have to be careful with allow pregnancy. Babies happen at random and they will be boosted in hearts. And of course they're free, but if you're saving a spot in the barn, you want to make sure it's not suddenly full. That's true. We still have some space though. We have 5 babies, so we have room for 3. A rusty spur? Huh. Interesting. So the sudden pregnancy thing just reminded me. Have I told the story about... Oh shoot, I have like no energy though, so maybe I shouldn't go to the mines. I'm not gonna have a whole lot of chutzpah to put into it. Hi Carolyn, how are you? Do you have everything you need for the farm? I guess, I think. I don't think I've really talked, but the town is very, very cute in the winter. If not, we might be able to help you out. Thank you. I'm actually trying to read this. Linus would like to hire someone to fetch a cave carrot. You will be paid for your time. I don't want to take any money from Linus. No. I'll do it for free. We're buds. But so have I told the story about my guinea pig that randomly gave birth? Thanks, Marnie. But yeah, I had 2 guinea pigs growing up. But I started with just 1. See, 100 pieces of bone. Okay. Hey there, looking for a big wad of bug guts. 100 pieces of bug guts. I might do that if I'm going to do more not barn things, mine things. The forest is a wonderful place. Have you been there? Yeah, I used to live there. that was my whole home. Woo! What are you? A nautilus? That's neat. Hey, should I hold on to that? That feels like something I shouldn't sell. Ah, damn it! I should have grabbed bait for my crab traps. I always forget about that. I can't put like a trunk out here, can I? Because if I could, I would absolutely just put a trunk like right here with bait. You can do what you want with it. Okay. I might sell it just for fun. Oh, there was the other half of the beach. I'll have to try it. I'll have to give it a shot. Oh, I got a trilobite. Have I already donated that? I guess I'll have to see you tomorrow because it's already too late. Yeah, I don't know why. Oh, did I go to sleep like super late when I ended stream? I might have. Oh, or perhaps put it in a bundle. You're right. The kidnappers do want it. I don't know where, but they want it. So I shall go give it to them. Give an offering to the kidnappers. Just like, you know, people of old would just give offerings to the gods so they would have good crops. Last stream you were like, it's not midnight, I don't want to go to bed yet. Oh, yeah, that sounds like me. No, that sounds absolutely accurate. Hey guys! Kidnappers! I have for you a nautilus shell. Apparently you want it. I don't know which part wants it though. So I'm gonna have to like peek around a little bit. I'm guessing it's bulletin board? No. No. Oh, yep, there we go. And then a chub. Said a lot of things while you were sleepy. Yeah, I forgot. I was really tired last stream. I forgot about that. Because I know... Like, I remember actually thinking, like, during, like, when I did, like, a commercial break or something, that I was talking in my sleepy voice, which is, like, higher pitched a little bit. But I didn't, like, even recognize it. And I have no control over it. So, sleepy voice comes forth from me unbidden. Just want to see if there's anything over here. Nope. Okay, goodbye. Okay, I'll drop these winter roots off in the box. Hello? You in the box, and you in the box, and you. And also you. You two, I don't know if I've donated, so I'm gonna leave you right there. and we'll hope for the best. Okay, but tomorrow we're gonna move the chickies. Oh yeah, I forgot to have this campfire here. Neat. I don't remember why I put it there. I think I might have just wanted more light. I don't know. I might just go to bed early. Just because I don't have any energy to do anything else. Let me put you guys back for right now. I'm sure I will come back for you in just a moment. But just to be safe. Oh, I need to remember. Oh yeah, this is also storage. I need to remember that. Yeah, and I should learn to cook. I should do that, huh? Yeah, that'd be smart. I have many aminals who are making eggs and milk and stuff. Cool. Okay. Cave carrot, sugar milk, cave carrot, and winter root. +3 attack. Rad. That's good to have. Artichoke dip. I've not even encountered an artichoke yet. A delicate broth with a hint of sulfur. Exceed, hello! What's this on Judging Chat's taste? Yeah, so the question of the day today is, what is your favorite video game and why? Because I actually really haven't talked about that. So yes, I am judging your taste. Innocenti said Dark Souls. I didn't actually follow up, like, is it just Dark Souls as a franchise, Senti, or is it, or is it, I don't know where I'm going. I need to go to bed. Is it like one particular Dark Souls game? Took me a second to finish that sentence, but I got there. League, because I like to hurt myself mentally and emotionally. I will judge you for League. I've attempted to play League, and it ain't my thing. Dark Souls is the series, but 3 is your favorite. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've heard that 3 is like one of the better ones. I know that people who really like a challenge like 2, but 3 I've heard is like a little bit more balanced. I hope I'm remembering that correctly. I don't know much about Dark Souls, like game content wise. I know a lot about the lore, because there was a time where YouTube was recommending me a ton of deep dive lore Dark Souls and Bloodborne videos. So I know the lore, have never touched the game. Oh wait, I've played like 20 minutes of Bloodborne, I should say. I'll move you guys right here. Let's water the plants and feed the aminals. Met a lot of wonderful people through League. That's good! Yeah, I do know that, like, even though League has, you know, this reputation for being pretty toxic, like, it's that whole situation of, like, where it's something that is so big that, like, the people that suck are, you know, a minority, but the minority is still thousands and thousands and thousands of people, just because of, like, the scale that the game is played on. So, like, yeah, on the whole, you still, like, meet cool people. People are pretty okay. But just that minority is still massive. So that's how you get bad stigmas, which is unfortunate. I will say I do like a lot of, like, the character intro animations they've done for League. Like, all of the Jinx ones I really like. And also I very unironically listen to KDA songs. Popstars is very good. But that's about the extent that I, like, consume actual League stuff. I do like Evelyn. KDA songs are very, very good. They are very good. Never played Niles. Yeah, there was, like, that whole, like, when oh no, they're angry at me! I have food for you. I'm sorry. I still love you. I'm so sorry. I might want to get you guys a bigger place, huh? We'll do it eventually. But it's okay. Yeah, I did for a while. Not anymore, but for a long time I used to do a lot of, like, dancing and stuff like that. And I wanted to learn the dance for Popstars really badly, but it was very difficult. I did want to learn Evelyn's part though, just because for some reason I just really, really liked Evelyn's whole look. Didn't you know Riot is a music company? Apparently they are. I will say I didn't like their follow-up stuff as much, but it's still pretty good. So this music and the animal noises is so cute. It's adorable. Thank you, Guy. Hello. Hi, Rumbus. Let's see, which cow are you? Eugenie. Which cow are you? Not, you're a goat. Sophie, sorry. Large goat milk! Sophie! Sophie, you have given me a thing to give the kitten apples. Thank you. Finally. Good job, Sophie. 10 out of 10. All right, I'll actually put that back this time and we'll go. I will say it does kind of suck that like the girl that was the original like singing voice and stuff for Evelyn and Pop Stars didn't come back because she like didn't like her voice to be associated with a character that is a murderer. Which like I kind of get, but also Evelyn is so cool. She's really, really cool. So I didn't check the vibes for today. Oopsie. Let's see what vibes we got. Oh, and let's do refined quartz. Cool. What do we got? Neutral. Okay. Everybody kind of having a day of indifference. I know how that is. Oh, little birds. Shouldn't you guys like go where it's not cold? This can't be good for you. Oh yeah, I remember there's like a thing over here, isn't there? Yeah. Oh, and I see worms. Thank you. I can tell she wouldn't like being a voice actor then. I've voiced a lot of villains and them. Villains are the fun ones. Villains are fun. Villains are really fun to play. That's what I've played mostly. At the party I was at last night, one of the girls who I had not met before. Oh wait, let's go to the kidnappers first. Said that I had a good voice for doing like streaming and stuff, and I was like, oh, thank you. I still do not know how to respond to compliments, especially in person. I'm even worse if you're saying something nice to my face. No. No. This one? Yeah! Woo! Now just one of the not one of the chickies, it's just Tina, needs to give a large eggie. Okay, and while we're over here, let's go see Robin and hope that she is at her home. Just gonna, yeah, no, I'm just gonna hide. Not really, but I'll have a moment where I'm just like, oh yeah, I actually also haven't asked Senti what he's done voice work for. Oops. Robin, I'm happy you're here. I would like to move the chickens, please. Thank you. You now live here. I need to immediately go home and close this door so that the babes don't walk out. I don't think they will when it's snowing, though. Okay. Yep, that's it. What do I do now? Because there's just this little no symbol. Yep, that's what I want. What do I... Huh? Thank you, Exceed. Should we start complimenting? No, I don't know. I'm really bad at accepting compliments. I don't know how. But like, can I not do this? Why is it? Escape? Escape? Did that do it? I don't think that did it. Why can't I move it? Let me look. Let me look again. Are you here? Nope. Oh, it moved it. Yay! Oh, just the symbol was like a no symbol, so I thought that it was like, oh, never mind, kind of a thing, you know. But yeah, no, I'm notoriously bad at accepting like compliments of any kind. I don't know why I don't have like, I guess the vocabulary or social skill or whatever to like actually know how to accept those kind of things. Done. Dubs, mini audio series, and a visual novel. Oh, that's cool. I'm confused every time I step away. It's fine. Okay, that's good. Okay. I think I might have already donated these things to Gunther, but I will see. Hi, Duncan! I remembered your name this time, which might have not been your original name. Okay, yeah. I've given you all that stuff then. Then I'll just go toss all that in the box. Oh yeah, I could probably... Oh, only 4 days to get 100 pieces of bug, though. I could maybe do it. I just have to go kill a lot of bugs. It's earlier work and has... No, I understand how it is. I just need to keep, like, fish bait on me. So that when I randomly come to the beach, that I'm not just like, oh, I need to put bait in my crab traps. That's what happens every time. I know I do have, like, a totem that teleports me to the beach, but are the totems, like, a one-use thing? Because if they're one-use, I don't want to waste it on me just trying to put bait in crab traps. Okay. That being said, I am going to go get bait and come back. I don't know why, but these little divots bother me, so I must fill them back in immediately. One use, but you can make more later. Oh yeah, I do have, like, a recipe thing, don't I? Well, this one takes me to the mountains. Oh, I do have one for the beach. Neat. You learn something new every day. Oh, I will take this crocus. I love crocus flowers. I'm sure I said that last stream too, but I do actually very much like crocus flowers. Okay. Alright, I came here to put stuff in the box to get bait for the crab traps. Focusing. I know what I'm doing. Oh, I'm gonna build a fence for the chickies later. Oh, hi, Sleepy Eddie. You probably shouldn't be out in the snow. I love you too. Which one of you has the bait in it? Not you. I didn't know that was a real flower. Yes, they are. They're like little. They're very like little delicate purple flowers. They're very cute. Okay, so you and you and you and you and you. I didn't mean to sell that clay, but it's too late now. It's all good. Okay. And then, boop. Okay, back to the crab traps. I need to, like, get my stuff upgraded by Clint McElroy so I can get rid of these rocks. It's so quiet. I think because my footsteps, like, make more noise than usual because of the snow, I'm just, like, more aware of there just, like, not being any ambient noise for some reason. It's okay, though. Whoop. I do really like kind of... I genuinely, like, really do not like winter, like, as a season. I would tell you about my thoughts, but it's a fisherman's secret. Okay, bye, I guess. But I do like Christmas decorations and, like, holiday decorations. I always think that those are really cute. Everything else about winter, I hate. It sucks. We are not friends. I love winter if there's snow. I don't even, like, I kind of like snow. I like it when it's, like, kind of new snow that's, like, just barely fallen. But if it's, like, 1 or 2 day old snow where, like, a lot of dirt and stuff gets in it and, like a lot of people have, like, driven and stuff, it gets gross. Keep an arrow out. Yeah, maybe just randomly one day you'll stumble across it. Which I feel like happens to me a lot, just randomly. I will play a game and be like, I feel like I know this voice. And then I'll look and like it's a voice actor I'm familiar with. Actually, I get really tripped out when Kira Buckland, I think that's her last name, is in stuff. She's the English voice of 2B. Because she was a pretty frequent con goer before she started doing voice acting and stuff, and she was a friend of a friend. So I've just like hung out with her a couple of times, and then when Nier Automata came out, I was like, this voice is so familiar, and I looked and I saw her name, and I was like, I'm sorry? What? No, why did no one tell me about this? The way those trees are falling is a little bit worrying. I'm having flashbacks to the forest of me knocking stuff down. Oh, there. And you. Have Voice Aquarian and something from Matt. Oh, hey! Pawn is playing Mass Effect right now. I still have not played it. I have a lot of friends who love it more than anything, so I know it's good. I just have not gotten into it for some reason. I think it was because I didn't have anything to play it on when like the first 2 games came out. And so I was like, I don't want to go back and do all of that. Okay, all right, so cleared out this area. Now I want to expand the fence. Oh, does that just destroy it? Oopsie. I love Mass Effect. Yeah, pretty much every person I know that's like played Mass Effect really does like it. Oh, cool. All right, that's fine, I guess. Just get rid of it. Struggling not to fall in love with Thane right now, but we're getting through it. Yeah, literally the only characters I know are Tali and Garrus. And that's because I have one friend that loves Tali and I have one friend that really loves Garrus. And that is that's all I know about Mass Effect is the helmet lady and the awkward alien husband boy. Oh, which one of you has the fence stuff? Never finished Mass Effect, too much fun side quest, too little time. That's a problem that I have pretty frequently with games like Mass Effect and Skyrim is like oh, I should put these away. Like I never end up finishing them just because I do side quests for forever. That's all that's really in Mass Effect is Tali and Garrus. All right. Let's build more fence so that the babies may mingle and be friends. Let me move this over here a little bit. Boop. Okay, and then if I go straight, so I want the gate to be right there. I think. Boop. And gate. Here. Yay! Now we have one big area for all the babies. They have their own little spot. Tried to play all the Mass Effect games recently, but for some reason Mass Effect 1 just won't work. Oh, that sucks. Oh, and it's already 11:40, so I can just go to bed. Like, doesn't turn on or... Yeah, what happens when you try and play it? I know it's bedtime. I'm doing it. I'm doing the bedtime thing. Don't worry about it. And I do have a geode to go send to Clint McElroy. Like, I launch it and it gives me an error. Oh, that sucks. I had that happen with me with Psychonauts. I bought the original Psychonauts on Steam years and years and years ago, and it just would not work. Like I did everything I could to make it go. But it said no. One day I will actually play Psychonauts myself. I have watched playthroughs of it though, so I know. Finn had that problem, maybe talk to them. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, maybe it's something that Finn knows about. Yay! Alright. Psychonaut stream. They did just come out with the second one. And I do want to play that. Spirits are very happy today. Oh yeah, baby, let's go to them mines then. That is the day. Today is the day for mining. Oh hey, they're growing. That looks so cute! I'm happy I put them in a little pen like this. It looks neat. But no, I literally, the other day, don't know why, but I just remembered the milkman from Psychonauts. Like, just sometimes I'll get phrases stuck in my head for no reason other than my brain decides that's what we're thinking about. And I just got, I am the milkman, my milk is delicious, stuck in my head for like a day and a half. And it's still funny. It is still funny. I linked a video to it without context in our group chat, and I think it was Pawn who was like, I'm sorry, what am I looking at? And it's just like, don't worry, it's the milkman. He has milk Molotov cocktails, don't question it. I do really like Double Fine, like their writing style and like their games. Like I've played all the way through Grim Fandango. I like breezed through Grim Fandango and it was really fun. I don't even know if Psychonauts 2 is like listed as a Double Fine game or what they're doing. I used to remember the name of the guy that like runs that, but I don't anymore. Okay. Oh yeah, now all the babies will be in one place, so I don't have to walk all over. Hello everybody, good morning. We're all standing very still, facing the same direction, I see. Hello, I love you. Okay, boop and boop. Boop, boop, beep. Yay! You guys are doing great. Very proud of all of you. Thank you, Rumbus. And, but, sorry, I didn't mean to do that twice. Sorry, Eugenie. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. No worries, Lizzie. Yeah, and Sophie, you gave me a big milk the other day, so that's fine. We're all good there. All right, yay! Goat noise is so cute. I do have a geode. I'm gonna wait to take that to Clint after going out and going to the mines today. Hi, everybody. Hello. Hello, Benry. And Henry. And Congus. And Tina. Hello. Oh, do you not have any the heart? Okay, you two don't, because you're baby. That makes sense. Trade. That was a very roundabout way of doing it, but it works. It's fine. It's all good. The babies are getting fed either way. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Thank you. All right, let's go toss this stuff in the box, and then let's go to the mines. Many mine adventures on this day. Because I don't think we've seen the spirits be very happy in a minute. So we should capitalize on that. Okay. I think that's everything I need. Yeah. Okay. So you, and you, and you, and you. And you, and you, and you, and you. Perfect. Okay, and I'm gonna toss the geode and the fish bait back in here just so I can free up that space. Okay. There we go. Oh, this way is faster, I think. It feels like it is, so I'm going to say that it is. I could have probably left my watering can. It's okay. Oh. Worms. Hey! I do still love the concept of the bookworms. I think it's really fun. Though, how is this town so negligent that it lost so many books just to the wilderness? Oh, hey, this is a different color. That's cool. Lewis. Oh, Lewis, come on, you gotta return the books, man. All right. Oh yeah, I made it to level 50 last time, so now we'll see what awaits us down here. Ooh. Okay. Very nice. Oh, and then let me... there we go. Okay. Okay. Not a whole lot. That's alright, though. Oh, hello, slime. No, you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. No. Stop it. Stop it. You are getting me closer to 99 slimes to give to the kidnapples, though. Oh, shoot, I forgot to take that quest about the bug meat. Well, we aren't really seeing as many bugs, like, down in these lower levels, so I think it's fine. Sorry, bat. Okay. Oh, hey, and there's already exit there. Let me just make sure there aren't any other resources that I want. Okay. Boop. Cool. Nope. You ain't getting me, bat. I heard you, but I'm already leaving. Goodbye. Ha ha ha. Oh. What's it? Huh? That's like a secret-y secret cave. What? 1 second, let me get rid of these. What? You guys, can you calm down for a second? I don't know what's happening with the thing that's over in the corner. What is you? Nothing I can go in. Okay. I'm sorry? Is that a ghost? I have to kill a ghost? I'm so sorry. I just want to hang out. I'm so... Oh, wow, that was a big hit. Do you just keep... Oh, well, that felt sad. And a ghost fish. How did it turn to Phasmo? Yeah, right? Oh, no. Mine's haunted. What? Cock's gun. Mine's haunted. I do feel a little bit bad about that, but... Huh? What? Oh, that feels not good. there being just a rucksack right there. That doesn't feel like an okay thing happened. Oh, hello, little soot sprites. I'm sorry. Just let me grab sword. Grab sword. Thank you. No, hey you. Calm it. You just looted. That's kind of what it felt like it was their bag and they died down here, and I feel awful. I just basically raided a corpse of their things. How could you? I didn't know that clicking on it would just like spawn stuff. I thought I would get like maybe a prompt of something that would give me more information. Please, slime. Look, man. Come on. I hear you, bat. I hear you, bat. I hear you. Wow, it's only 4 p.m. Making okay progress today. Wow. What a rarity, me actually getting places in the mines. I'm gonna leave you alone, bud. I try to avoid attacking the animals and stuff unless they approach me. What? What is that? Oh god. Oh, hey, no, come on. I just said be chill. What is this? My inventory full already? Oh my god, it is. Okay, so I'm gonna get rid of Omni Geode. That's neat. But for real though, how am I already? Get rid of these rocks. Get rid of the bat wings. I'm just getting rid of stuff that I already have like a lot of or that's very common so that I can free up some space. Oh, hello everybody. Sorry. Oh, I should eat cake. You are correct. I would like to eat the cake. Thank you. Okay. And now we hit bats. All right. Pawn always being more vigilant about my own health than I am. Crystal fruit, neat. Actually, do I need to attack you? Can I get out through without? I'm gonna leave you guys there for a minute. So if I can just keep going, I'm just gonna keep going. I don't particularly need that iron ore. I have a lot. Okay, yes. I understand you're giving me exits, but I want to look around, see if there's anything else I can't live without. Come on. No, stop it. Okay. No. Why is there just a rock right there? There's just a rock. Okay. Oh, did you just jump over that? Sorry. That felt a very one-sided. I apologize. Oh, the rock became... Slime was rock. Oh, okay. I think that's what just happened. Yay! Okay, we got 5... Oh, I don't want to have to kill another ghost. I feel bad about it. Stop it! Stop following me! I don't want to kill you. I feel immense guilt. No! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I am getting a lot of stuff to give the kidnapples, though. And they're already dead, it's fine. But, like... They're already suffering down here as a ghost in the mines. I feel very bad. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm just gonna keep looking around. You can just hang out over there. I'm sorry. That, I guess, it makes, like, a very sad noise, though, when I kill it, and I don't like that. Maybe you're helping them. I might be, but just they make a sad noise. And I don't like that. Okay. Ooh, wow, it's only 8:30. Still got a minute. Maybe I can get to level 60. Let's shoot to get to 60. Oh, hoo-hoo. Is that gold? Oh, topaz. Very nice. Ooh. Hi guys. Hi. I really don't want to kill anybody, so if you could all just like really leave me alone, I would really appreciate it. Literally, there's another mine later that's full of spirits. Oh no. Ah! Sorry. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I don't want to do this. I just want the ore that's over there. What? I'm sorry, that just dropped a scroll of some kind? What? No, I need to see what that is. A secret note? It's old and crumpled, but if you look closely, you can make out the details. What? A secret note. Guys, leave me alone. I did not sign up for a horse stream. Neither did I. We got ghosts. We got secret notes coming out of bats. I didn't ask for any of this. You're dying. I am dying. No, nope. I still have more food. I have other foods. I'll be fine. I am not gonna become a mine ghost. I might become a mine ghost. I need to leave. Okay, alright. I will eat snack. I will eat multiple snack. I do like how quickly I went to, oh, I'm not gonna die to, oh, I'm absolutely going to die. Oh, what time is it? 10:20. Dang it. Pat. Stop it. Eating snacks at 10 p.m. isn't healthy. I eat dinner at 10 p.m. Exceed. My sleep schedule is very bad. 10 p.m. is dinner time for me when I'm not streaming. And dinner time for me when I am streaming is just whenever stream is done. this music's fun. Okay, okay. I might have to just leave, because it's already 11 p.m. I'm just gonna walk around and see if there's anything else cool. No, leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. I don't want, it's a dead end. I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight, I'm just looking. I'm just perusing. Heed my warning, Sumire Hanaki. No, Pon is always right in these situations. I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna leave. Oh, well, we didn't get to level 60, but we got pretty far, which is nice. Leave the mine. But for real, though, what is up with this secret note shenanigans? What do I do with it? It says if I look closely, I can make out the details, but, like... Wait, didn't I get, like, a... What am I thinking? What am I thinking about? Wasn't there, like, a big magnifying glass thing that they gave? Yes, this! Can I use... Okay. I'll figure it out in the morning. It's already midnight. Sort through all the stuff that I collected. Sadako? No! No! Sadako, that's Corpse Party, right? Am I remembering the right spooky character? I might be remembering the wrong thing. Okay, okay, I'm going to bed, I'm going to bed. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go! Hi, Eddie, did you hold down the fort, bud? Okay, thank you. I am Googling Sadako. Oh, yeah. Sadako. Oh, yeah, so, Sadako... Okay, yeah, it is from The Ring. There's also, Kyoko from The Ring. That's the one that I remember. Kind of. I have not watched The Ring since I was very, 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 very young. It was one of the first horror movies I watched. And that was a bad idea. Okay, spirits are in a good humor, so that's nice at least. Oh. Ooh, I got mail! Yes, hello? I've got an unusual request. Could you keep this a secret? I want you to deliver an amethyst to Emily. It's her favorite stone. Tell her it's from me, Clint. Aww. On the first... Yeah. Watched The Ring when I was really small. My dad decided. It always is kids. It always is kids. Let's see. That's not... At least not on a time thing. I have a lot of these. Oh, I forgot to bring Carolyn a pumpkin. Oopsie doopsie. Demetrius wants a melon. Pam wants ale. Oh yeah, and I still have Lewis's shorts. I still have those. All right, let's toss some stuff in here. I just remember feeling bad for the kid. That is true, yeah. Oh, I'm so close to having 99 slimes for the kidnapples. I know the kidnapples want that. They also want the ghost fish. Bomb can go away. Yeah, all you guys. You. For real though, what do I do with a secret note? Okay, and I'm gonna, yes, I had this other geode. Perfect. Okay, kidnapples first. And then... Oh, I need to, like, water my plants and take care of my animals. How about, you know, the main thing that you do when you own a farm? Because people aren't gonna be open yet. Anyway. Right. Okay. Whoop. We'll see what all these seeds that the kidnapples gave me. We'll see what they all turn out to be. I was perfectly fine. I just for some reason reread Senti's message. But no, like when you think about like everything that happened in the ring, it's just all sad. But like that particular like, I guess it's kind of an oni, like the like vengeful spirit, whatever Kayako is. Like it's just all sad. It's all sad all the time. Nothing can fix it. Hi, Yeti. And Watcher for you. Watcher the boy. Alright. Go check the mush. Actually, I might go to Clint McElroy first, just in case he, like, these geodes give me something that, that they want, so I don't have to go back. Chanterelle. Bees! I'm sure the bees are asleep for the winter. I'm not going to get any honey anytime soon. Hello, everybody! Again, we're all facing the same direction this morning. Wonderful. Give y'all some pets. You're doing wonderfully. I love you very much. Okay. Boop and boop. Oopsie. Yeah, tradesies. And tradesies. Boop, 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 beep, bop. I love the animal noises so much. Oh no, I still want the milk pail. Okay. Hi, Rumbus. Thank you. Got milk. Oh, thank you, Lizzie. Oh, inventory full. I need to buy that backpack. I really don't want to. I'm gonna have to. Eh. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go drop some stuff off in the box. I'll be right back. It's 10,000 gold though for a backpack. Pierre, why? Okay, you and you and you and you and you and also you. And everything else we're gonna hold on to for a second. Okay, and I watered the tweez. One day I will have an orchard. We have very meager beginnings, but it'll be good. Okay. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Lizzie. I don't know which one I had milked and which one I hadn't. Thank you, guys. Okay, Rumbus I already did. Wow, yeah, you guys are doing great. I'm very proud of every single one of you. Oh, I just remembered. So, actually, the first, like, rated R movie that I ever watched, and horror movie, was The Others with Nicole Kidman, which, like, in retrospect, that shouldn't have been a rated R movie, I don't think. But it's good. I still really liked it. Hi, Tina. Henry. Benry. And Congus. Get you guys some food. Much food for you. And I'll just put one egg back. Congus. Every time you can't just say like Congus. It's Congus. Gotta put some oomph in there. You must respect Congus. Okay, alright. All my chores are done. Let's go do other stuff. We might go back to the mines. Who knows? Okay, so boop and boop and boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop. Okay, so. Just gonna hold on to those for just a minute. But I am gonna go... No, wait, no. Clint. We're gonna go to Clint. We're gonna go to Clint McElroy. For real though, how do I look at this note? Because I know I have, like, in the wallet. How do I use you? How do I use you? Wah! Wah! I'll figure it out. Eventually. Maybe. We'll see. It's very quiet. Just in the town in general. Penny! I haven't seen you in a couple of days. Hi! Things changed a lot after the Jojo Mart went up. It's been really bad for Pierre's shop. Mom loves Jojo Mart, though. The prices are cheap, so she can afford a lot more there than she ever could at Pierre's. That makes sense. Pierre is selling a backpack for 10,000 gold. Ridiculous. Untenable. So much money. That being said, I'm probably gonna end up buying it today if I get enough money from stuff. Oh, hi, Lewis. What are you doing here? I'm here to collect Clint's business tax. Boo. Pierre, can let me actually, Senti, I have a thing for this. Pierre can eat a fat. The censor is very funny. And got a rock. And this one. Oh, some iron. Well, thank you. Let's see. Figuring out the timing for the censor is a little bit hard, and like I still actually say the words because otherwise it sounds dumb. Hi, Gunther. I have a thing for you. I have multiple things for you. Merry Christmas. Merry Crisis. Merry Chrysler. And Pon, I know about the museum thing. I don't know, how do you, oh, cute painting! How do you organize the museum, though? Is there, like, a particular... Oh, I don't want to give Pierre a rock. You aren't Pierre, you're Harvey. I'm so sorry, Harvey. How are you? Take care. Oh, okay. Hi, Elliot. I've been doing a little indoor exercises since it's often too cold to go out. Yeah, that's good to do. I can show you if you walk over there. Okay, 1 second. Sorry if it's a little humid in the cabin. Okay. Hello. I am here at the museum. Oh, there's like a whole other thing over here? I didn't even know. Well. But yes, Pon, give me your knowledge on fixing stuff. Okay, long one to the side. Yes. Yep. I might make a note of this or something. Dwarf stuff. Okay, I don't even know if I have any dwarf stuff. Yes, so dwarf. I'm gonna make a note of this. The big three are all minerals. Okay, yes, we do crave that mineral. Uh-huh. Is that even still a meme anymore? Craving that mineral? I don't know. But so, okay, yes. And then to the right, yes, whoop, this one, yes. Okay. Or stuff. And the minerals. What's the meme? It literally is just the phrase, I think it's something about being salty. I think that's where it derived from. It's probably a Tumblr meme. Where people are saying something about being salty and then they just eventually bastardize it into craving that mineral. Civilization related stuff. Okay. Huh. I'll have to see. Let me look through what I have in here and see if I can't. Okay. Oh yes, yeah, in the down right. Is this a boomer meme? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. How do I reorganize things? Wait, no, Gunther, I want to fix it. Let me look at this. After years of research in the mines... Actually, 1 second, can I... Let's do it.
I'll do it with this. After years of research in the mines, I believe I've learned something about diamond frequency. My research involved only the stones that are scattered about the mines, the ones that are broken with a pickaxe. Mineral yields from other sources require more research. Diamonds seem to only form at the mine at level 50 or greater. At level 50, approximately 1 in 500 stones will be diamond rich. After level 50, the frequency of diamond formation seems to increase by about 0.000016 per level. Quite a rare gem. M. Jasper.
Okay. Interesting to know. Okay, downright is living things, so fossils and junk. Okay. Alright. Okay. I'm gonna fix it. I'm gonna make it look nice. So that Pon can't say anything to me ever again about it. How do I... There is a way for me to fix this, right? There is a way for me to reorganize this, isn't there? Crave that mineral is from a a picture of some goats that were standing on an almost completely vertical mountainside to lick salt deposits. Okay, that makes sense. No, I want to fix it. I want to reorganize it. I want to change. Please? 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 Please let me fix. Please let fix and also change. Yes? Okay. You need to have something to put in there. Okay. Well, it's already 5 since I've just sat around here and looked at the museum, but that's okay. I shall use it elsewhere. Wonder if I can find it. I'll have to see if I can find it and put it up. Okay. All right, to the kidnapples. Hi, Shane. Why are you bothering me? I want to be alone. Sorry. Oh, I haven't even looked at like the calendar to see like when stuff is. I also arranged the minerals by color. That okay. Oh, night market, neat. And then, ooh, the Festival of Ice is in 2 days. That's cool. Sebastian's birthday. Oh, Harvey's birthday is on the 14th. Shane's craving that mineral. Yes, exactly. Harvey's birthday. I'm gonna have to figure out something for him. Where's I should bring up the gift guide. 1 second. Stardew. Gift. Wide. List of gifts. Thank. Perfect. Oh, ooh. Oh, there we go. All right, Kidnapples, I have for you multiple things that I think you'll enjoy. Hopefully. I just want to be friends. Can we be friends, please? Okay, I do think it's this one. Yes. Yo! Wow, I didn't even realize that would complete that bundle. Huh. What did I get? Small magnet ring. Slightly increases your radius for collecting items. Wonderful. Well, thank you. Let's see. So I have to get gold for that one, and then this one. I need fire quartz. Okay, cool. And then, which one of you wanted the ghost fish? I'm assuming it's the fish one. And I think it's a... No, I've already given aquamarine here, right? Yep, okay. So that's all good. But I'm assuming it's in the specialty fish? Yes, ghost fish. And a wood skip. That's the last one I have for there. Okay, well, that's all the kidnapple stuff, I think. Double checking. Obviously, no. Nope, nope, nope. Okay. All right, we can go home. I can go home and stare at this secret note and not read it. Because I don't know how to read it. I got a rusty spoon. Okay. Well, hey, now I have an artifact. I can go to the museum and I can fix it. Yay! We'll do that tomorrow, I suppose. Toss some stuff over here. Worm! Oh, many worms! Uh-oh. Multiple worm. Whoa! Okay, cool. And an ancient drum? Wow! Could you imagine just like walking home and finding an ancient drum? I think you use the note like you use food. Let's try it. Thanks. Thanks, Pun. Thank you for being smarter than me. It's a note of Maru's. Parts still needed for my greatest invention yet. Gold bar, iridium bar, battery pack, diamond, strawberries. So you eat the note. Yes, like a goat. Yeah, it's gone, so I'm gonna go ahead and assume that I ate it. I'm just gonna make that assumption. Okay. You can go. You can go. Oh, I should go check the crab traps. All right. See what we want to sell, which is you, and also you. Is that now how you read? I guess. I guess that's how we read in Stardew Valley. Maybe that's why Linus is hiding all the books. He doesn't want them to get eaten by people. Because that's how we read here. Okay, let's go to the crab traps and get the stuff from them. Move these over here. Why are you guys out here so late? You smell it. You always say that, Jess. Dad's coming back soon. I hope he brings me some toys. I think you said that your dad was coming back soon, like in spring, buddy. That feels a little bit sad. I'm sorry, man. Oh yeah, I still have like never unlocked this. Oopsie. That's taking consuming information a bit too far. I mean... just the people that like settled here just really were very, very literal. Kind of like Drax in Guardians of the Galaxy, where he just doesn't get like sarcasm or wordplay. Sure, when Sumi does, it's fine and good, but when I do it, I get hit with a rolled up magazine. Oh no! Speaking of animals eating things that they shouldn't, Edison has decided to go on like kind of a vengeance mission to just like eat random things since I've put him on a diet. Like yesterday I found him, like he went to a bag of potatoes that I had on the bottom shelf of my little pantry area, and he took the little like plastic tab that was keeping it closed, like it's similar to the ones that are on like bread. He just like ripped it off and started chewing it, and I was like, what is your problem right now? And like he tried to eat a bobby pin yesterday night. He also ate like a little twist tie. Well, he tried to eat a twist tie. and then like an hour or so before stream, I had some dishes kind of out to the side, and I had my rice cooker that had some like rice still kind of in it, just because my rice cooker is very, very rudimentary and bad. So rice always sticks to the bottom, and I caught him with his head in the rice cooker thing, trying to eat like this burnt-ish rice. And he ran so fast when I caught him, because he knew he was doing a bad. Oh, I have room for another ring. Yay! But no, he's being a little bit much right now because, yeah, he's starving. Yeah. I think he's also partially mad because, you know, with me, I was at the party last night, so I got home a little bit late. That being, you know, the second time I came back. I think he was mad because, you know, I came home, stream didn't work, so I left to go back to the party. So I like came and immediately left, so he was probably already mad about that. And then I came home a little bit late. So he's probably just like, Mother is abandoning her boy. I must eat twist tie to show my displeasure. What do we got? Plum pudding. Little Jack Horner is chomping it. Really? How could? Yeah, I know. I'm a terrible mama. How dare I go out and do things? Oh, vibes as well. Vibes are important. Oh, no. Ah, clicked the wrong one. Okay, I've double learned how to do plum pudding. Very displeased today. No. Okay, we will not. Oh yeah, I have another painting. Let's put you... Oh, it's very big. Put you right there for right now. And then I actually would like to move this painting over my kitchen. Very nice. Very good, very nice. Ooh! Oh, hi! Pierre, what's up? Hello there, Sumire. So, your first year in Stardew Valley is almost over, huh? If you keep buying seeds from me, you'll be twice as productive next year. I would like to see the data on that theory. And I have some exciting news. I'll be selling new seed varieties in my shop next year. I should have one new variety per season. Well, that's all I wanted to say. Have a good one. So you came to my house and you stood outside my door at 6 a.m. to tell me this. You know, I wouldn't even bother trying my competitors' seeds. Pierre seeds are the highest quality seeds you'll find anywhere. That's a promise. Now I kind of want to... Which one do I hate more, Joja Mart or Pierre? That's a question I have to ask myself. Tomorrow we're all gathering in front of Marnie's house for the Festival of Ice. It's a celebration of winter, and there will be snowmen, ice sculptures, and an ice fishing competition. Oh no, a fishing competition? Between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. if you'd like to participate. Well, that'll be fun. That'll be good. Morning, Sullivan. Okay. I'm just gonna keep interchanging his name around, because in the Howl's Moving Castle book, Turnip Head is a hodgepodge of multiple people. In the movie, they were just like, we're just gonna make it be just Prince Justin. It's only Justin. But in the book, it's Justin, and Sullivan. And I think one other person. I think it's part of whoever the dog man was. Oh wait, no, the dog, okay. I'm getting stuff mixed around in my favorite book, yay. Fishing competition is one of the Holy Trinity items for Game of the Year. Hey, Red, how are you? Red was at the party I was at last night. Georgia is a corporation. Pierre is a shitty conservative man in a small town. He is the lesser of two evils. You are correct. We all know that capitalism is the largest enemy. But no, yeah, fishing apparently... Adding fishing is apparently enough to re-release what? They're re-releasing Skyrim, right? But now with more fishing? Heyo! Boop, pop. Okay, got them shrooms. And now we go over here to go see the babies. Hello, babies. Oh, hi, Eugenie. Benedetto. Oh, Lizzie, hello. And Rumbus, hello. You're the only one I absolutely know who it is. And Sophie. Very nice. You guys are doing great. You guys are almost out of hay again. You're eating me out of house and home. Not really, though. It's fine. Hay isn't very expensive. Oh yeah, I have to go give all these artifacts to Gunther. Okay. But first, Milik. Okay, no worries. Doing great. It was a fun party. Game of the Year Trinity is fishing minigame. Animals, and you can pet them. And a AAA soundtrack. That is absolutely true. Being able to pet the animals is a make or break thing for a lot of games. Because you can't just dangle a dog in front of me and not let me scritch his ears. That is a crime. Okay. You guys are doing wonderfully. I love you all very much. Have a good day. And now to the chickies. Oh, big eggs today. Hello, everybody. Hello, Henry. And Congus. And Tina. And Benry. You guys are not eating nearly as much. But that's because you are small little chickies. I do want to get you guys a bigger house, though. It feels slightly cramped in here. Congus! It was you that was... No, you're Benry. You're Congus. Yes! Congus! We love Congus. Okay. Alright. I think that's everything there. Do you have any goals you're personally aiming for in the game right now? Not particularly. I guess I'm kind of trying to get to the end of the mine. And also I'm trying to sort of clean up my farm to just make it look nice. And I feel like I'm kind of... Huh? I didn't notice that I picked this up. Look at that chickie. I want to keep this, actually. I want the little chickie statue. What? Yo, what? Congus is wonderful. I obviously, as a mother, I do not have favorite children. But also, Rumbus is still one of the best names. Rumbus is wonderful. Give it to him, it's worth it. Okay, but I want a little chicky statue. It's alright. We're finding a lot of artifacts in the snow. Right around now. Hey dude, I have many a thing for you. Okay, alright. Let's also rearrange some stuff. Alright. Okay. I should have maybe made better notes of what Pon said. Okay, so yeah, the three middle ones are all mineral. Yes, yes, yes. Long one to the side is dwarf stuff. And then bottom right is civilization. And then okay. It's very fun because Pon and Senti have the same color name on my end right now. So I'm just trying to read through. Okay. Yeah, downright is living things, so fossils and junk. So I can do that one. Fossil. And you're also a fossil. Is a rusty spoon civilization? Is Congus the Congus is a chicken. Congus is a chickie. Oh, where did my rusty spoon go? Oh, I still had it. Okay, so that one goes here. Oh, I remember this was a dwarf scroll. I wish it would tell me what things are. I'm assuming this is civilization. It's a drum. I'm also gonna assume that this is civilization. Okay. I'll also put that one there. Also, the tiny thing is a seed. Okay, does that go in living things or does that go in civilization? If I put things in a wrong spot, just tell me and I'll move them. I'm assuming you. That's just a rock. So I'll put the kind of rock ones over there. Are you also a rock? What are you? Oh, that's a helmet? It just looks like a kettle. Okay. Grab. We'll do all like the bluish ones. Blue and gray. Kinda. Is this a thing? Bone and seed go in okay. Bone. Seed. And then, is this a mineral? What are you? You'll go with the blues. Mineral, and it's blue. And you're kind of greenish. And I would like to be able to see things. Okay, oop. And you. And you. And you. You. We'll go. Put you on the end there. You're a weird color. Put you right there. Switch pink and red. Whoop. These will be all the colorful ones. Then like the blue-white ones. Actually, this blue one I think I'm gonna put over here because it looks better. Yeah. You also might go here. No, I like you more over there, I think. Okay. Is this better, Pon? Is this better? Am I not going to get yelled at for this anymore? Much better? Okay. I'll try and remember that. Thank you. You're welcome. It does look nice. You are right. Oh my god. Look at that! Look at that unit! Look at that unit of a boy! Oh my god, I love this bear! I love this bear! Drum block plays a drum sound when you walk past. Amazing. Chicken statue. Oh, that's going in front of the chicken coop. Are you kidding me? It's like a big blue Duncan, kind of. Ah, Gunther, thank you. Thank you for this gift of bear. Oh my god, I love that bear. Oh, I don't think Pon was here when I was going through all the things I did on my stream deck, but I also have an air horn button now. I did a lot of stuff on my stream deck. It's been fun. But oh my god, that boy, that unit. Told you it's worth it. You were absolutely correct. Oh my god, I'm so happy about this bear. Let's go find a spot to put him. Oh, I should go check my crab traps really quickly. Pawn is always right. Pawn is always right. I need to be more aware of that. Pawn is always right. Oh, and since some people kind of hopped in since I mentioned this, I changed my mic setup so it is more directly in front of my face as opposed to off to the side as I've had it. So if I'm a little bit loud or if I get like a little bit too quiet, please let me know so I can adjust accordingly. Oh, Exceed, thank you for the hydrate redeem. Do that right now. Sorry, I'm just looking at the bear. I'm just looking at the bear in my little toolbar. I love he. Chug, 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 chug. But no, what was the name? Futon Bear. Okay, I'm gonna have to give him a better name than that. Does anybody have an idea for a name for our big blue boy? I will put the bear in the house. The bear is gonna go in the house. He lives there. He will live there. The chicken statue is going in front of the chicken coop because of course it is. Oh, inventory full. Well, now that's just rude. I'll come back for you later. I guess you're just a shell. Ursami? That'd be so cute. Ursami would be really cute. Kind of like Usami or Monomi from Danganronpa 2. Ursami and Ursumire. That's a bear version of me. Bear me is Ursumire. Red champion of puns and wordplay as always. Gow. BRB. Okay, Senti, see you in a bit. All right, let's go place this boy. After I put some stuff in the box. Okay, you and you. And the eggies, all of this. All of this. For some reason, I like had a mini heart attack because I didn't see the bear, and I was like, did I accidentally click the bear and sell it? Oh no. I will never sell this boy. Oh my god, he's so big. Oh my god, he's so big! Big boy. Mimi, big boy. I'm gonna put you right there. Look at you. I love it. I love it so much. What do I want to do with this drum thing? Let me put it right here for a second. Oh, can I pick it back up? Uh-oh. Okay, I'm gonna put it in a chest for right now until I can think of something better to do with it. Where's Jesse to sing the big boy man? Man, man, big boy man. Big boy man. He's a big boy man. I sing that to Eddie all the time. Okay. Chickie for the chicken coop. Chickie! Let me close the doors. I'm sure they're getting cold from that. I shouldn't let the draft in. Wonderful. Perfect. Love it. Yes. Amazing. That's so great. Okay. I'm so happy with this turn of events. Oh, so with the dinosaur egg pond, does it just hatch eventually and I acquire a dino? Does it just get to hang out there? How harmless would Eddie still be if he were the size of a small cougar? That is a very good question. I think he would cause a lot. Oh, you upgrade the barn and hatch it. I see. Okay, that makes sense. I don't know what I'm doing right now. I'm just kind of walking. But no, if Eddie was the size of a small cougar, I think that he would cause more problems. I think he would cause a lot of problems, but mostly just that. Hi, Linus. Sleeping on the ground is good for my back. That's nice, buddy. But just like if he was cougar sized, even small cougar sized, he would just eat all my food. Like he stuck his head in a rice cooker today to try and eat old rice. Cause problems on purpose? Yes, he today and yesterday has been causing problems on purpose. Just for because. Let's see. I could probably do some fishing. Haven't done any fishing yet. Haven't put myself through that yet today. No, but yeah, I think he would cause a lot more problems. I don't think that he would like be vicious or anything. Like he's never been aggressive in any way. I've never even heard him like hiss or anything. But I think if he was big enough, he would just eat anything that he could like get his hands on. So I don't think that would be the best thing that could happen. Oh, I hope those bubbles stay there for a second. Stay there. Stay there. Stay there. Yay! I actually hit that pretty well, I think. And I got a CD. Okay, well, let's... Okay, that might have been too far. Hello? And I got a stick. Oh, damn it. Nope, okay. Huh? Can I get a fish? Yay, a fish! Ah! 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 No, come back here. No, you come back here. No, you stay right there. Stay, 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 stay. Don't move from the spot that you're at. Good job. An albacore. Cool. Let's see if I can hit those bubbles again. No, I went too far. Oh, you can stay right there. That'd be wonderful. Yep, don't move. Don't move. Just hang out. Yay! No effort. I got a herring. Ooh, and I got an achievement. Old Mariner. Neat. Oh, that was very short of the bubbles. Got a soda. Ooh. Ah! No, 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 you come back here. We are not doing this. No, 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 no. Ooh. I'm not actually mad. I need to use my censor button. If I'm not going to use it when a fish is an asshole, when am I going to use it? Oh god, this is just me being an idiot right now. Okay, hang out there. Stop it. Stop. Stay, 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 stay. Stay, stay, stay. No, 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 no. Don't, oh my god! This is all me. This is all me being dumb right now. Okay, there we go. Another herring. Wonderful. WTF censored? No, I'm not gonna really censor myself. I just think it's funny. Whoa! Okay, and we're off. No, 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 no. Oh! No. No, friend. Whoa, hey, buddy. Hey, friend. No, come on, come on. Stop it. Stop it. No. Stop it. Oh my god. Stop. 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 Stop it. No, you ass. God. That one did not want to participate. This is probably going to be another herring, I bet. Oh, yep. Yeah, they don't put up a lot of fight. I'm actually doing okay with fishing right now. Oh, God. Oh, fucking. Hi, bud. Got glasses. I do not need them. Come on. Fish. Okay. Okay. Oh, that was me being dumb. I was expecting it to rocket up. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Man, I'm just chock-a-block full of herring right now. I have so much. I'm surprised these bubbles are still here. I thought they would go away by now. Whoa, friend. Whoa, buddy. Whoa. Hey. Stop it. Stop it. Stay right there. Come on, work with me. Work with me, dude. Come on. I'm actually getting kind of better at this. Yay! And another albacore. Cool. Have I talked about how I don't eat fish, so I don't really know? Well, I've never really eaten fish, so I don't super know what it tastes like. But just the texture looks very bad and it smells not good, so brain will not let me eat it. Come on, friend. Come on, buddy. Uh-oh. Oh, da-da-da-da-da-da. This is just me now. Stop it. Stop it. Oh, that was dumb. That was just me being dumb. Oh, wow, it's already 11 p.m. Oopsie. It's all right, I'll take my seaweed and go home. Didn't realize it was that late. Oops. I was having fun actually being kind of okay at fishing. Let me see, do the kidnappers want an albacore? No, they don't. Why is this purple? What does purple mean? Why is it pulsing? What's happening? I know of like 2 fish that I like and that's it. Some of my family really likes fish. I do not. I've tried lobster once. I remember trying which I guess is seafood, but I don't eat seafood either. Marnie, why are you out at midnight? What are you doing, girl? Huh? No, we're talking. Hey there, it's good to see ya. Feel free to visit anytime you please. Okay. Salmon and cod. I've not had either of those things. Maybe one day. I could just one day do a stream where it's just like Sumi tries foods that other people actually eat. I got another chicken statue. Wait, no. Can I place this? One sec. I know I need to go to bed, but also Chicky. Can I? Oh, I can't place it. Damn it. One second. Let me sell my stuff. Because I would like the monies. Stick. Albacore. I'm going to hold on to the purple fish for a second, because that's interesting. Okay. Oh, wait, shoot, did I miss the ice thing? Oh, I totally did. I'm a moron. Oh, no. Ah! Sell out Forest Princess for the win. No! Got a recycling... Well, I got the ability to make a recycling machine. Yay! Do I have enough money to buy the backpack? No. Maybe. I totally forgot to go to the ice thing. Didn't I? Oh, wait, no. I think it's today. That usually means that it's today, yes? I'm hoping I didn't miss that. I want to do more fishing. Okay. Good morning, Turnip. I know you didn't scare off any crows. I don't think you're going to encounter a lot of crows in the winter. You are still just here for aesthetics, and I love you. I hear Eddie. Game Eddie, not actual Eddie. Actual Eddie was here a second ago. Where'd you go, Lava? Are you in the closet? Yes. I have a big open closet, and sometimes he will just go in there and lay on some stuff. Right now he's lying on my, when I record vocals and stuff, I record it in that closet, and I have a little, mattress pad that I bought from Target and cut up to use as like, to like sound stuff. I forget what it's actually called. Oh my gosh. To use to like dampen sound and all that. I just have this big, these cut up pieces of foam that Eddie likes to hang out and sleep on. Real Eddie cameo? Do you want to come here? Come here. Come here. Camille. Nope. Nope. Come on. People want to hear your voice. Your lovely, lovely voice. Give your arm. There we go. Hello. The boy is on my lap. We have a boy. Hi, Lava. Do you want to say anything to anybody? The mic is much easier for you to access. Do you got any wise words for the people? No. Could you... Anything? No? Oh, shoot. Time is still going. Uh-oh. Eddie Sumi collab? Yeah. You'd actually, like, say things and stuff. You yell at me all the time, but my mic can't pick it up. And let me get the mic closer to my face. Uh-oh. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Hi, I love you too. Good morning. Good morning. Hey, Eddie, what you doing? What you doing? Please don't try to climb on my desk. Oh, I love you too. He's just bonking his head repeatedly into my hand that's on the keyboard because he wants pets. 1 second, bud. 1 second, boy. I love you. Oh. Oop. Oh. Do you want to leave already? Oh. No, or are you just... What are you doing? Please explain to me the thing that you're doing right now. Oh. Okay, there he goes. Bye, Eddie. He didn't want to speak today. That's okay. What a short collab, right? Yep, just a brief little collab. Maybe, because I am doing my 12-hour stream on Thursday. Maybe at some point during that 12-hour stream I will actually get an Eddie meow. Like, recorded. Hello, everybody! Hello, Congus! Sitting next to this massive egg that I'm assuming is from you.
Thank you, Eddie.
Oh. I wish you the best of luck during that. Yeah, I have a couple ideas of things to do, so I think it'll still be fun. 12-hour stream is hard work, yeah. The Hot to Full Boyfriend finale stream was 6.5 hours, though, and that actually wasn't terrible. So I just have to do that twice. I have to do 2 hurtful boyfriends worth of stream content. But I think I'm going to have some people come on and like collab a little bit so it's not just me by myself, because I think it would be a lot worse if it was just me. Just me trying to be entertaining for 12 hours. Hello, Eddie. Hello, little Eddie. Okay, sell all of these. What does the purple mean? Is it magic? Should I give it to the wizard? I'll be there, and you know, of course I'll... Yeah! I want to try and get a couple of people together, I think. I think I want to play Gartic Phone, just like doing like some art drawing and stuff with a couple of VTubers, but also some people like chat. But I want to have like maybe 1 or 2 other people on it means best possible quality. Oh, okay. Okay, I see. I have a premium herring. Oh, Leia, did you make this? Oh, ice, a beautiful material to sculpt in, but so impermanent. Yep, that's, you know, art. Oh, I can still talk to you more. But I guess that might make the art even better. It looks wonderful. Hi, Elliot. Is there a list of people coming to the collab on the 12-hour stream? I have not really worked that out yet. Once I have that done, I'm hoping by the end of the day Tuesday I will have my schedule just like totally set for like who's gonna come on, what we're gonna do, and things like that. So keep an eye on Twitter, and also I'll post it in the Discord. All right. Oh, I'm entering the ice fishing competition today. Why not? That actually didn't seem like something you would do, bud. It's rare that Willy ever loses, though. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, I think it'll be fun. I do think I want to do, it's like, I'm sorry, but carving ice parapets requires my undivided attention. Understandable. If you give high-quality items to people, you get bonus points, and they also sell for more. Let me see. Harvey, do you like fish? Because it's Harvey's birthday here soon. All fruit. No. All eggs. Doesn't say anything about fish. Is it in the universals? All cooking, all flowers. Huh. Doesn't say anything about fish. This guide is not helpful to me. It's fine. Oh, hello! Hi, Jody. I, never talk to you. The forest looks beautiful in the winter, doesn't it? Yep. Hi, Caroline. How's... The Fez Pig. The Fez Pig returns! Fez Pig! Hello! I didn't know that it makes pig noises when I right-click it. Okay, I'm gonna talk to everybody else. I will return, though. Hey, Sumire, you're gonna enter the ice fishing competition? Maybe. Cold? Nah, I never get cold. Sure. Pig. Fez Pig. Oh, Vincent, this is bad for you to be this close to there, buddy. Buta! Yeah, it's a Buta! When I do eventually get pigs, there will be a Buta. He is wearing a Santa suit. Oh my goodness. I saw a big fish down there. Neat. Oh, hello, Pierre. The snow is so cold I can't feel my fingers anymore. Uh-oh. Hi, Abigail. How are you? What do you think of my snow goon? I love it. I love everything about it. I guess winter isn't all bad. Playing in the snow can be fun. You're still out here wearing a tank top and skirt, girl. Snowmen are okay, I guess, but mostly I'm looking forward to the spring. Same. That's me during winter all the time. How are you, Pam? I plan on winning the ice fishing competition. Huh. Hi, Clint. Emily started helping me without any provocation. Does that mean something? Do you have a crush on Emily? Clint, you can tell me. You can tell me. It will be our secret. Do you have a crush on Emily? Wow, this snowman needs a makeover. Who made this? It's cute. I like its little hat. It also looks like he's maybe wearing like a bow tie of some kind. I like this snowman. I want to give him a carrot nose. What kind of snowman should we make? Oh, I can suggest a classic one, something funky. Snowmen are boring. No, let's go. Icicle antennas and pine cone eyes, though. No, I think I'm gonna say classic. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I guess maybe it's best to stick with the classics, huh? Yes, Penny. Hi, Maru. I'm not very creative when it comes to snowman. I don't really think there's... Well, there is, like, some creativity, I guess. When did we find time to build these igloos? Oh, hi, George. Wife dragged me out into the cold for this. It's cute, though. And fun? Maybe? Hi, Evelyn. Did I ever tell you how George and I first met? He actually pelted me with a snowball in this very festival. So that's why she's bringing you back here, George. Come on. He was a gentleman back then and came over to see if I was okay. Oh, that is very sweet. If it was up to me, I'd probably have a pizza festival at the saloon instead. Oh, dude, pizza actually sounds really good. I might get pizza after stream. I haven't had pizza in a while. Okay, I think that's everybody. Okay. Oh, wait, no. There's this whole thing over here. Woo! Hi, Marnie. I feel bad for all the poor cold animals out there. Kind of same, Marnie. Oh, hi, Harvey. Extreme temperatures can put your body under a lot of stress, so make sure to bundle up. Oh, and enjoy the festival. Okay, thanks. Sorry, there's no food, Gus. It's fine. Late night pizza can't be good for... It's fine. It's fine. I stream a little bit earlier on Sunday, so it's not as late night pizza. Just wait till the Feast of the Winter Star. Ooh. Had pizza last night at my older brother's birthday party. Oh yeah, how was that? We both went to a party yesterday, I guess. Okay, all right, let me go just see anything else. Over here? What? They're kind of letting me wander right now. I'm gonna keep going and see if I find any. Oh, hey, wizard! Hey, dude, what's up? Oh, Linus. Linus, my man. Igloo building, an art I picked up from the tundra dwellers who lived beyond the frozen sea. When did you do that? That was many years ago. Hey, Linus, not for nothing, but you've trapped a man here. Hi! Sorry I can't talk to you. Oh, is the hat mouse here? Is my friend here? Friend? No! No! The decorations impede me. Can I ask for advice that has nothing to do with the game? Yeah, sure. Yeah, what's up? Oh. Hey, I mean, that's a good way to enjoy pizza. Contrary to popular belief, pizza is good for you, potentially extending your life even. If you give me pizza, I'm less likely to kill you. Pawn knows what is up. Yes, I'll do my best. That's the spirit. Okay. Hi, Demetrius. You know what? I probably should have worn a jacket. Yeah, maybe. Oh, and then they block me off here too. So rude. So rude. Okay. I think that's actually everybody. Okay, so now the Fez pig. What do you have for me? Oh. Look at that. Oh. Tree of the Winter Star, Frozen Dreams, Icy Rug, a Winter Dining Table, Icy Banner, Wall Sconce, Cranberry Sauce, Stuffing, Pumpkin Soup. Let's see, is that anybody's like favorite thing? It's not Harvey's. But Sebastian likes pumpkin soup. I'm gonna buy a pumpkin soup and I'm gonna give it to Sebastian. His birthday is in a couple of days, it looks like. So I have soup for him. It will be like 3-day-old soup. But he will have it. What would pumpkin soup... Pumpkin soup is a real, thing. I don't really know because I don't eat a lot of pumpkin, so I can't really describe the taste of it. Welcome to the Festival of Ice. The highlight of today's festival is the ice fishing competition. We set up this frozen lake, quote, and stocked it full of fish. How did you do that? Just let me know when you're ready to compete. I'm ready. Let's go. Let's do it. Okay. 1 second, Exceed. I'll read your full question here in a second because I do think that this is timed. Okay. Contestants, your goal is to catch as many fish as you possibly can in 2 minutes using the provided fishing rods. You must catch your fish here from these holes in the ice, okay? Oh, Lord. Oh gosh, everything is happening at once. Hello, Raiders! Hello, everybody! Hi! Orchard attack indeed, Apple. Thank you so much. Hello, everybody. If you've not met me before, I'm Sumire Hanaki, runaway forest princess and fat cat owner. I'm doing Stardew Valley today. We're gonna do the fishing contest, but I appreciate you guys all coming and checking me out. Let's do. I just set this up on my stream deck. So yes, round of applause for the Raiders. Oh, that's loud. Oh Lord. Oh, that's loud. Okay, stop. Okay, stop it. No, voice mod. Okay, let me stop this now. Oh, it just backfired on me immediately. I tried. Okay, I've learned a thing. Oh, okay, let's do this. But no, thank you guys so much for the raid. Oh, and let me do a shout out for you.
Winning, son?
Not yet. Second, let me do. Oh, really fantastic. Please just let me do the shout out for Apple. There we go. There we go. Legend of Dragoon, how is that? I've kind of heard that game, but I don't know very much about it. Uh-oh. Oh, I don't need to do that. Okay, little itty bitty. I don't like that everybody's watching me. I feel a lot of pressure right now. Oh, wonderful. Also, Sentient looks like pumpkin soup is usually flavored with chicken broth, so probably like that. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Because there's also like a squash soup. I know that exists. I've seen it. Oh, really? Oh, really? No fish for me? Really? Oh, PS1 JRPG. Oh, that's fun. Oh, Lord. Oh, no. Hey, be friends with... Be nice to me, please. Be nice. I'm being watched by literally everyone in this town. I'm sure Willy is absolutely winning this. Oh, I only have a minute left. Oh, no. Oh, one. I'm so glad that I can catch algae still. Oh. Come on, guys. Come on. Don't make me be lame. Come on, fish. Well, I am cursed. It's really hard to win this first year unless you focused on fish, so don't worry about it. Okay, that's good to know. So, like, if my fishing skill is higher, it works out a little bit better for me. I have acquired 2 fish, yay! I would like to keep the fish, that'd be very nice. Oh, I forgot to ask, any raiders or anybody that wants to answer, my question of the day for today is what your favorite video game is and why. Mine is either BioShock or Persona 5, which are games that are not very similar to each other at all. Portal is also up there, the Portal series. Because I will never not love my big robot wife. Wow, that's a lot of fish. Ugh, the smell. This town must be boring if standing around watching people fish is fun. I mean, if it's like a big community thing, I guess I kinda get it. Legend of Dragoon or Ocarina of Time? Yes! I feel kind of bad. I do like Ocarina of Time, I should say. But I prefer Majora's Mask. But that's just because, like, you put a lot of symbolism and dark stuff into a game, and I will immediately like it more than other similar games. Favorite franchise? Metroid. Oh, man. I have not played a Metroid game in forever. They are really good games, though, Vulture. You're absolutely right. I really like Metroidvania style games, just from like a design standpoint, because like, you know, you go one area and you find a thing and it immediately is like, oh, I can use that to go over here now. Like it's very rewarding. I have a lot of nostalgia for Ocarina of Time specifically. Understandable. Like I think that's my thing with BioShock. I have a lot of nostalgia over BioShock. Oh, it's 10 p.m. We did that all day. Fishing is fun, but watching it is a different story. I don't even like fishing. I've told my story about like the one time I went fishing where I didn't catch anything, and also I fell off of a hill and really messed up my knee. Got all scraped up. Fishing is interesting to watch if it's fast-paced. That's true. That's true of most things, though. If it's too slow, my ADHD brain is not gonna retain that at all. Sadly, life doesn't have a fast-forward button. Absolutely. I'm just gonna go to bed. I don't have anything else I'm doing, right? Well, let me go sell this herring. I still need to figure out when I'm gonna get Harvey for his birthday. But that's in a couple of days. We already have one for Sebastian, and his is in 2 days. So, okay. Fishing has never been fast-paced. Me neither. My dad really liked. I don't know if he still does, but he fished a lot when I was younger. And he would try and tell me like the fun aspects of it, and I'm like, that still doesn't sound super fun to me, but like, you know, live your dreams. All right, what are the vibes? Ooh, very displeased today. Okay. Wonderful, perfect, amazing. Hello. I still don't 100% know what we should name this big boy. I do like Ursami. Ooh, we have a harvest, yes! Wonderful. Woohoo! I like fishing, but it's more a relaxation thing to me than something exciting. Yeah, I think that is the appeal for most people, is like the relaxing aspect of it. My dad also likes golf a lot, and I think it's for the same thing. Starry, hi! Do I like tea? Sometimes. It has to be a really, really fruity tea, because a lot of tea to me just tastes like dirt water, so I'm really, really picky about it. I don't drink a whole lot of tea because of that. Try using Doritos as bait, they really bite. Oh man. Like more of an activity you do while talking to someone. Yeah, I definitely can see that. Hey! Oh, wait, Starry, I have a thing. Oh, oops, sorry, no, wrong button, sorry. There we go. I hit the one above it. I'm sorry. Oh no, I'm gonna mark that and I'm gonna come back to that. Oh no. But yes, no, thank you for the pun. I always appreciate a good pun. I don't even know if I need to water these trees, but I'm gonna keep doing it. Ah, come on, mushrooms. I'm gonna laugh about that for probably the next couple of minutes. I'm sorry. Okay. Oh yeah. So exceed. Yes. So the fishing thing's over. So now I can read what you sent. Okay. So yes, a friend of mine is worried about streaming. A friend of mine is worried about streaming. She wanted to stream, but she has had bad experiences with people harassing her. She's interested in doing VTubers. When I introduced it, how should I advise her to stream since I know she'll do well and have fun? That's a really good question. So I would say, one thing that is really nice is like, as far as like the VTuber community goes, especially like on a small scale, there really is not as big of a problem with like harassment to women as there is in like general streaming, I've noticed. So that's, you know, a good benefit of it. But also, like how it's to advise her. Honestly, I think it would be good if she knows that she, you know, has like friends in the chat and stuff like that, or if there are moderators as well. Like if her biggest concern is, you know, being bugged by people. Honestly, the thing that like helped me a lot, because I dragged my feet a lot on streaming because I was worried about a lot of things, but people being mean was one of them. But like I had friends, Pon, Finn, and Jess were there, you know, from jump, so that was really, really helpful. You don't need to. I just think it was too cute to stop you. Thank you. But yeah, honestly, just a support network is the biggest thing you can do. Like, you can never guarantee what other people are going to do or what other people's reactions are going to be to certain things, right? But just, yeah, support is the biggest thing that you can offer a friend. And if she does end up doing VTubing, let me know so I can follow her. I will help. And if anybody's mean, I will fight. Sumire is dropping wisdom and support. I feel like it wasn't a whole lot of wisdom, but thank you. I don't know. I've always, well, not always, but it's more of a post 2018 thing of me trying to keep the mentality of like, I can't really control what other people do. So I just kind of do my best. Like, there are so many factors that I cannot control in my own life. Oh, you guys didn't eat any of that. Are you guys? Why'd you guys not eat? I'm assuming you guys were just having fun with like the fish thing yesterday, yeah? But yeah, I tried to not work myself up too much about stuff I can't control. Like, obviously I still do, because I do still have anxiety really bad. But I try to be better about it. Like with streaming and stuff, like I can't control, you know, really if people like watch me, like I can make it so it's easier for people to find my content. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. That happened twice. I'm gonna go toss the fish bait in here for a second. especially between small streamers. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, do you realize yeah. Yeah, it is like a very, especially on the small level, it's a very, very like tight-knit kind of thing. I might, which one of you had milk? One of you did. You, thank you, Lizzie. Sorry about that. But yeah, yeah, you can never guarantee that people aren't going to be jerks on the internet. Nobody's perfect and we all make mistakes. Being able to cover for each other and learn from each other seems to be key. Oh, and learning to work with lack of control instead of fretting too hard, yeah. And then milk. But yes, yeah, Beck is exactly right. There are, you know, 1,000,001 factors that contribute to, you know, your success doing content creation or doing really anything online. But you can only, like, if you focus too much on numbers, you will lose your mind. I learned that very, very quickly. But going through and just thinking about the things that I can affect it has been really, really helpful. Like, I can't make people discover my stream, but I can do what I can to make it easier to find. I can diversify to other platforms and stuff like that so that people know that I stream. And then also I can just make sure that my stream quality is good. I can do my best to work with my bad internet and make sure my stream works. And, you know, make sure that I have okay audio quality, that, you know, adding stuff like the sound effects so that it's more fun for you guys, adding more, you know, audience participation things so that you guys have a good time here too. So it's not just me kind of talking. Because I overall, like, your end goal with doing content creation, I feel, should be to do something that is just fulfilling for you. So if you find fulfillment in like entertaining people or in creating things, then that's really the best mentality you can have going into stuff, because like the chances of you making money is low. And even then it's a little bit of an uphill battle to even get there, and it's a lot of hard work. So you need to find something to keep you going that is not money. because you also cannot control whether or not people pay you. You can just make sure people know that it's an option. You can provide benefits for those who do things like subscribe, but you cannot make them throw money at you. This is why you're a great content creator. Oh my goodness, thank you. I have a lot to learn, and I have a lot to work on, I think. But I appreciate you saying that. Thank you. Thanks for the support and advice. Yeah, no, absolutely. And if she has any other concerns, my DMs are always open on Twitter. And if people need like resources and stuff, like always DMs are open. I actually don't get very many DMs on Twitter. Like I expected to get more weird people. No, now we're okay. Now we're complimenting me. Oh no. Thank you guys. I really appreciate your kind words. I also just do not know how to react to them. Starfish. Oh, that's cute. I'm not Exceed's friend. I definitely appreciate this. Hey. Compliments breaker. No. Well, I'm glad that you got something out of it as well, Beck. I kind of went into my old teacher habits, like, possessed me for a second. No. Wonder if we should clip these words of wisdom for a PSA. I'll throw in a quick mark and I can do that. I definitely talked about it for over a minute, but I think I can do kind of like a highlight or something. Cause yeah, it's good advice that you get everywhere for sure. Like if you look into doing stuff, like everybody will tell you similar stuff. Hi Penny. Hi Sam. Okay, let's go. I have a starfish. Oh man, where does the starfish go? Pawn, the starfish. Where do I put it? I think it's in living. I'm gonna assume that it's in a living thing. Okay, yes, good, wonderful. The only compliment she readily is that she's good at singing. Only sometimes. Only sometimes am I. It takes the right teacher to teach. Yeah, I was gonna be a teacher for quite some time. I did a lot of like schooling to become a teacher, and then just ended up not doing that. just didn't work out. Well, or more like I had an internal crisis because I was like, oh wait, no, the teaching environment sucks, and I don't want to do this. And then that was an interesting couple of months where I like had to figure out what I actually wanted to do with my life after that. Because I let's see, it was like, ooh, like at least 5 years of me working towards like becoming a teacher. So that was. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry, I didn't see that you were gaming, dude. Okay, bye. Don't watch this. Wage is pretty bad in the States for teacher. No, yeah, exactly. And the area that I'm in also has a tenuring system for teachers. I don't really know how common it is in other states or things like that. My high school teacher opened up to me and complained about it a lot. Yeah, no, the teaching environment is not really good. It's definitely like you have to love what you do to be a teacher, but like tenuring systems bug the hell out of me. How we have it set up here is that if you are at a school, usually it's for 2 years. If you stay at a school for 2 years, basically it's very hard for them to like fire you after that. You're pretty much locked in. But anytime before that 2 years is up, you can get fired for any reason whatsoever. And then you have to start all over at another place. Like my kind of mentor growing up, he was a teacher, but he left the school just because they decided they just didn't want to pay for as many teachers as they had. So they just let some go, and he was one of them that they let go, and he had to start over at another school, and the same thing happened again, and he had to start over at another school. So it is a system that hurts new teachers and also keeps older teachers there without any incentive to improve themselves. So you get a lot of teachers, like, everybody's had a teacher who wasn't the best. But like, because it is so hard to have like a fireable offense once you're tenured, then like you can just kind of do whatever. So that's when you get teachers that just like stop caring, or like just, I guess, stop learning is the best way for me to phrase that, because I think everybody's even if you are, you know, an expert in something, even if you're a teacher of something, you should still educate yourself in changes and things in your field, in what you teach. And if you're not doing that, then you're going to have a lot of antiquated ideas, and you're going to pass incorrect information onto your students. So yeah. I know a guy who, as soon as he got tenured, he took a day off to get a tattoo. Hell yes, good job. Most of my teachers weren't the best. I was very, very lucky to have a lot of good teachers, but I also did take a lot of time to get to know a lot of my teachers. I don't know why. I also don't know what I'm doing. Let's go fish. Let's go fish while I sit and have this deep conversation about teaching. Yeah, I did obviously have some that weren't the best. But I did have a lot of really, really good teachers, and I obviously would not have tried so hard to be a teacher for so long if, you know, I didn't think that it was something worthwhile. I was going to teach English specifically, because I really liked reading. I don't read very much anymore. And also, like, a lot of my favorite teachers were English teachers. But yeah, I think, like, I've had a couple of teachers who were older who just were obviously like so done, and they were, you know, just kind of waiting for their retirement to kick in basically, and they just stopped caring, you know, like 5 years ago. But then I had others who, like, I had a math teacher, and I've never been good at math. And usually when I'm not good at a thing, I develop an immediate hatred towards it. But I enjoyed going to this one teacher's math class just because he was so good at just, you know, talking to students and making sure that, like, we were doing okay. He, like, genuinely cared about his students, and would, like, give us life advice all the time. He was great. Oh God. Oh, but that was just bad all around. But yeah, like, you would hope the teachers, they are there because they want to, you know, better the next generation that is coming forward, but yeah. Obviously, you're not going to have the same amount of passion for a job for, you know, 20 years. But yeah. Just still finding fulfillment in your own stuff is good, and also still just trying to learn and better yourself. And also, any teacher who can admit that they are wrong, like, immediate 10 out of 10 for me. Like, any adult who can openly admit to a kid when they've said something wrong, like, that is immediate respect from me. Because, like, one, it's already hard to admit that you're wrong. That was ridiculous. And two, like, kids will believe you most things that you say. I had a soccer coach that almost broke my leg. Kind of. What happened with that, Exceed? Like, what in the hell? Why are these fish so buck wild? But no, how did that happen? No? Maybe? I think the kidnappers want the chub. No? Nobody? Boop boop? Boop boop? 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope. Okay. I'm gonna go take this to the kidnappers. I did soccer for a little bit and I hated it. I've never enjoyed doing, like, athletic activity, really. My family tried. They tried to get me to do it, to do, like, all kinds of stuff, and I was like, nope. 2-foot tackled you? Oh my God. I also did soccer. Yeah, I don't know why soccer was, like, the thing to make your, you know, elementary, middle school age child do, but I swear almost, at least on the girls, almost every girl that I knew did soccer at one point or another. One of my friends, he was really good at soccer, and he played for a very long time. It's supposedly, yeah, there's risk in all things. So here's a fun story, and I know it's time for me to go to bed, but I'm just gonna do this now. But so when I was, they put me in soccer when I was really, really, really young, so I kind of didn't know what was going on. Yay! And Kenpo. Oh, I wish I could have done something like Kenpo. I think I would have liked that more. Turns fishing trash into resources? Hell yeah! Wonderful. Oh, sorry. But yeah, so when I was itty bitty baby, and I usually played defense just because I've never been good at things like offense. I am not an aggressive person, so I was not a good person to put on, like, the forward positions because I was not going to go after anybody. So once I remember they put me as goalie, which I already didn't like because I felt like that was a lot of pressure. But I do remember getting, like, really, really frustrated that, like, the game was happening, like, on the other side of the field, because basically, like, my team was doing really, really well and keeping the ball over on the other side. Oh, wow, what did I have in here that was so expensive? Oh, was it the fish? No? I just had a lot. Oh, yeah, I just had a lot. Oh, I accidentally almost closed out of the game. But I remember just being really frustrated and really like I wasn't happy to be there. I just did not. I was just very unhappy, and so I literally in the goalie box sat down on the ground and just like cried because I was just really frustrated. I didn't want to be there anymore, and also I kind of knew that if I cried, I could maybe get out of it. I think the worst teacher experience I had was a teacher I had in 4th grade who yelled at me for not understanding math. Oh, I'm sorry, Senti. I've seen like, oh shoot, I've seen stuff like that before as well. Like when I was training to be a teacher, I did help with actually a 4th grade class, and there was one kid who like if they were kind of behind in homework and stuff, like they would get pulled to the side. Where am I going? What am I doing? I don't know. I need to go feed the babies. Yeah, it's unfortunately not terribly uncommon for teachers to get weirdly, like, let the power go to their head, quote unquote. And then you get situations like that. But yeah, so I had this kid that I was helping, kind of in a tutoring thing. I was basically just helping him with things that he was struggling with. And I could just tell that, like, this kid had been told that he couldn't do this for a while because he would give up really, really easily. And it wasn't for lack of like enthusiasm to learn. It just really, like, this kid just seemed so defeated. And I just felt really, really sad for him. That just like, you know, he obviously was struggling. That's why he, you know, he had to have this separate time. But also having that separate time did kind of help ostracize. Remy, oh, thank you so much for the follow. Everybody say hello. I appreciate you being here. Oh, she told me shut up and sent me to detention. Ugh. I'm sorry, Senti. Actually, do you know where she lives? Oh, no. Don't tell Pon that. But yeah, this poor kid, like, I don't think that he had a learning disability. I don't think that. But I just think that, like, he probably wasn't, like, he probably was just a little bit behind some of the other students, and like he was made to feel very, very bad about that, and I just felt awful because like I didn't know really how to help him with that because like I could teach him whatever. Hi. But like I can't, you know, undo years of people telling this kid that he sucks. Does she need any dental surgery? I can help. I can remove her teeth with a lead pipe. Oh man. Yeah, no, and I don't even doubt that Pon would do it. Okay. So let's sell these. Yeah, there were some teachers that I saw that were really, really bad. I think I did have more good than bad. I had a lot of teachers who were very interesting people. And I was very lucky for that, I think. Like one of my teachers, oh hey, in finishing school round 1, I took a psychology class just to kind of fill a credit, and because I think that psychology is interesting. Ooh, chipped amphora. No, amphora. I'm just gonna punch myself in the face for saying amphora. But yeah, he, I don't even know if I've talked about this guy on stream before. I think I might have. But he is one of the most interesting people I've ever met in my life. His forte was in sales psychology. And so he would do studies at car dealerships. So he would go to car dealerships And like obviously people would try to sell to him, and I think this is civilization. I'm gonna put it there. But he would basically do the Joseph Joestar. The next thing you're gonna say is blank, by just calling out like what sales tactic they were using, and like calling it out by name and like basically just being like, haha, you're trying to trick me. I remember this. Okay, yes, yeah, and he got banned from all the car dealerships in the local area. Yeah, he was super cool. I did actually have a teacher named Mr. Bean. Ah, closed on Wednesdays. God damn it, Pierre. Okay, I need to find Sebastian. I need to give him this 3-day-old soup. I need to give him this soup. Sebastian, where do you hang out? Where do you go, man? I remember seeing you like around here before. Where do you go? Where are you from? Well, I know your house is like over here. This is nothing. I'm gonna find him. I'm gonna find this goth boy because I have accidentally given him too many bad gifts. I need to give him like an actual good present on his birthday. I need to do it. Pam, where's Sebastian? Do you know? Hey kid, I don't know. Don't worry about it. What do I do for fun? That's a good question. I like sleeping. Jody, same. Hi, Sam. I hate working at Joja Mart, but how else am I gonna make money in this town? Oh, I didn't know you worked there. Oh yeah, I did know that you worked there. Sorry. But no, Sebastian lives... that's what I thought. Okay. Seb mostly hangs out at home. I usually just stood outside his door until he was my friend and let me in. Okay, yep, we'll go stand creepily outside his door until he lets me give him soup. Come on, boy, I'm gonna give you soup and you're gonna appreciate it. I will not take no for an answer, man. Hey. 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 I'm gonna go talk to your mom. Well, yeah, your mom for a second. So let's see. Activate cat mode. Okay. Thank you for the redeem. Let me turn on my timer. Okay, Nya. Nya time is now, Nya. Now time is Nya time, Nya. Okay, Nya. Do you have anything here that I care about, Nya? Crafting here, you'll have access to materials and any adjacent chests, Nya. Okay. Mini fridge, Nya. That's a very large mini fridge, Nya. I have a mini fridge and it doesn't have a freezer, Nya. I miss having a freezer, Nya. It's a really big mini fridge, Nya. Sebastian. Sebastian, Nya. Sebastian, Nya. Sebastian, Nya, come out of your room so I can give you soup, Nya. Hey, Nya. What are you playing there, Nya? What are you playing, Nya? RuneScape, Nya? Do you play RuneScape, Nya? That's the only, like, online thing I've ever really played, Nya. Or do you play WoW, Nya? Are you playing League, Nya? Sebastian, are you playing League in there, Nya? Do I need to go talk to your mom, Nya? Can you please come out here, Nya? It's your birthday, I don't want to give you soup, Nya. I will stand here all day, Nya. I don't care, Nya. But for real though, what are you doing over there, Nya? Why do you have 2 computers, Nya? Why do you need 2 computers, Nya? Why is your couch nicer than the couch I have in my own home, Nya? Sebastian, you have cool stuff, Nya. Come on, no judging on the League thing, Nya. I will never not give League players shit, Nya. But like, no actual judgment from me, Nya. Here he comes, Nya. Maybe, Nya. Hi, Nya. Hello, Nya. I have soup for you, Nya. You remembered my birthday, Nya? I'm impressed, Nya. Thanks, Nya. Yay, Nya. Are we friends now? Are we friends now, Nya? We're friends, Nya. All of my mistakes were erased by pumpkin soup, Nya. Oh, hey, give me one sec. Nya. He's busy, I should leave, Nya. Stay put. Stay put, Nya! I can wait, Nya. I was standing outside your door for multiple hours, Nya. I can hang out, Nya. Okay, sorry about that. I just need to finish what I was working on, Nya. No worries, Nya. What were you doing, Nya? Ask him what he's working on, Nya? I do freelance work as a programmer, Nya. Oh, that's really cool, Nya. How'd you get into doing that, Nya? That was an instant message from Sam, Nya. I guess he wants to hang out, Nya. I don't really feel like going out today, Nya. It's your birthday, man! Hi, Robin. Nya. Oh, hi, Sumire, Nya. Sebi... Sorry, I laugh because I knew someone named Sebi, Nya, and I've not encountered that name again in the wild, Nya. Sebi, I know you don't like it when I come in here, Nya, but I ran into Abigail at the store and she said she was looking for you, Nya. Oh? Did you tell her I'm working, Nya? I did, Nya, but she said she'd probably stop by anyway, Nya. Psychic damage, Nya. Exactly, Red. Red knows what I'm talking about, exactly. Sigh, Nya. No one takes my job seriously, Nya. No one ever bothers Mara when she's working at the clinic, Nya. Does everyone think I'm just surfing the web all day, Nya? That's very, very understandable to be frustrated about, Nya. Ask him about his career goals, Nya. Ask him why he doesn't want to see his friend. Career goals, Nya. What do you want to do, man, Nya? Well, I'm trying to save up so I can move out of here, Nya. Probably to the city or something, Nya. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's a good idea. You know, if I'd gone to college, I'd probably be making 6 figures right now, Nya. But I just don't want to be part of that corporate rat race, you know, Nya? No, dude, I know. I very much know, Nya. Well, and I guess I just feel more comfortable hidden behind the computer than dealing with people face to face, Nya. Understandable, man. Nya. Well, I should get back to work, Nya. I need to get this module finished by tomorrow, Nya. Okay, Nya. See you later, Nya. It was nice talking about your hopes and aspirations, Nya. Oh? The music stopped so suddenly, Nya. Oh, I'm free. I'm free from the Nya curse. Alright. Oh, I don't think... Did I check the vibes for today? It's okay. Oh, yeah, I was gonna go to Pierre's, but they're closed on Wednesdays. I want to buy the backpack. Just give me more inventory. Please. Hey, Lewis, what's up? I'll still come by every night to collect your produce, even in the snow. Thanks, dude. When do you sleep? Trying to keep the art of fishing alive, I'll pay 100 gold to any fish enthusiast who catches a red snapper. Okay, I've never caught one, so I'm not going to accept that yet. Okay, I just want to go check my crab traps. Hello, crab traps, how are we doing? Okay. That did actually put that in there, I couldn't tell. And a CD, wonderful. Well, I can use my recycling machine that I now have. Bye-bye, Cat Mireille. I know. I know. Cat Mireille is a spirit that can only possess my body for 5 minutes at a time. She is too powerful. Oh, I didn't put on my uwu face. I should have. Oh. Thank you, Santi. 1 second, let me. Uwu? There we go. Wonderful! I set a timer on my Steam Deck to do the uwu face, and it actually did it. And it also did the timer. Very surprised. I haven't done the uwu in a while. I do not remember. I'm not very good at it. I've gotten better than I was when I started. Getting better at the voice though. Thank you. I always do better if somebody else is also doing it. So when Jess is here, when Jess can do it, I can copy her, and that's easier for me. I didn't mean to give that to you, Penny. I'm sorry. Sorry, Penny. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I just wanted to talk to you. Okay. Let me fix my face. Let me fix my face, please. Fix. Sounds more ooh than New Yorker. Yay, I'm doing it. I'm learning. I'm improving. Doesn't sound like a New York accent anymore. I don't even know why it sounded like that. I'm becoming more powerful. The uwu is giving me strength. Huh? No. I clicked the wrong thing. That might be... No, I want worms. Another chicken statue. Who... evolving. Why do people keep burying chicken statues on my property? Oh, 1 second. I want to look at this. Evolving to Sumire. Yes. That's it exactly. Exactly. Didn't I have a thing where I can, like, make winter seeds? Ah. I don't have the stuff for it right now. That's okay. I just keep getting chicken statues. Oh, yeah, let's use the recycling machine. Let's see what it gives me. Where should I put it? Let's see. Guess I could put it right here. No. That's too close to, like, Eddie's food bowl and stuff. Guess I could just put it right here. Yeah? Yeah. And then let me just toss a CD in here and we'll see what happens. It's thinking about it. I'm gonna go fish in my lake for a second. I realize I haven't caught a lot of lake fish. And I think the kidnappers want that. Yeah, baby! I'm okay at that part. Hello? Hello? Fishes? Fishy please? Hello, fishes. Hello? I heard boop. Yes? Come on. Huh? Trash. She's doing ooh unprompted. I didn't mean to. I also just say things weird a lot of the time, though, just for my own entertainment. Can there please be something that isn't trash in this? Please. Hello? Anybody? Ah! Oh, that was bad reaction time on my part. I went to take a drink of water. She just does sometimes. Yep. And thank you for the hydrate, Senti. Yeah, no, I say things weird, specific ways. And if you ask me why I say things that way, usually it's because I heard it somewhere and thought it was funny, or I honestly just don't know. I just sometimes just say things and like, why is there only trash in my lake? Who's thrown all this trash in my lake? Who is coming onto my property, burying chicken statues, and throwing trash in my lake? Gifts for Sam, yes. Yeah, the soda at least. Oh, what is this? Refined quartz. Neat. Let's put in the trash. Can I put in more than one trash? No. Oh, it's almost bedtime. I want to see what it makes, though. Is it always refined quartz? What do I even use you for? I don't even know if I have anything to use it on right now. Nope, 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 nope. Huh. Ooh, I should maybe try and make that. The glowstone ring. Increases your radius for collecting items and emits constant light. Then I wouldn't need to have torches. Come on. What are you gonna make? I know it's getting late. I want to see what this is. Actually, wait, I can just go to bed. Hi, Eddie. Hello, big blue boy. Wait, should I name... I kind of want to name the bear Blueberry, but instead of berry, it's Beary. Blueberry? Is that anything? Okay, with that bad joke behind me, I'm actually really quickly just gonna do a quick commercial break. Big brain, thank you. But I'm gonna do a quick commercial break just so I can grab myself some more water. So everybody else, also, go grab yourself some water, go grab yourself a snack. We'll probably do about another hour or hour and a half of stream after this, so I will see you in just a moment. Hello. Everybody, welcome back. All right. So, I'm just holding this driftwood over my head. Let us see what the vibes are. Oh, let's do... Second, let me...
I'll actually read this one. Welcome to Living Off the Land. We're back again with another tip for y'all. Now listen up. There's a couple fish you can only find in winter, squid and lingcod. Squid can be caught from the ocean in the evening. Lingcod can be found in fresh water all day. Of course, there's rumors of extremely rare and unique fish that can be only found in particular seasons, but I don't have any information on them. Wonderful. Let's see. Spirits feel neutral today.
Wonderful. Cool. Welcome back. Hello, Senti.
Hello, Blueberry.
All right. It made a rock. Okay, what does the driftwood make? I'll go feed the babies and I'll come back to see what that is. Another rusty spur, huh? The snow is hiding many things on my farm for some reason. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Hello, Sophie. Sophie, Eugenie. Hello, Rumbus. So many hearts. Hello, Benedetto. And Lizzie. I love you guys. Doing very good. You are out of food. Oh, no. I should go fix that. Oh, sorry, 1 second. Gotta compensate the lack of crops somehow. That is true. Sorry, I got a text or something. Oh, no, it's all good. All right. Sumire ga... That's a kanji, I don't know. Oh! Kite kita. Kaete kita. Yeah, that's kae. The one for like okari. I'm gonna see if I'm right. My kanji is very bad. We're looking. But yes, thank you. Uh-oh. My internet might go out here in a second. Because it just did something weird. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, don't. Don't do it. Kaete kita. Yay, I was kind of right. That's interesting. Just for some reason, like when I went to Google, like, it isn't bringing up any web pages, but my stream is still going. I will cross this bridge when I get to it, I guess. If it goes out, it goes out. I'm happy that I could kind of read that. My Japanese is not the best, but I try. I need to get food for the babies. The babies need food. Working fine for... Yeah, if it goes out, yeah, say something, but... Yeah, it's looking okay on my end. Like, it looks like stuff might be, like, a little bit unstable, but not anything crazy. Huh. Technology continues to be cursed for me. I'm not allowed to have everything work at once. Oh, hello, Henry. Henry, I love you so much. Please give me this egg. Thank you. Hello, I love you. Hello, I love you. I love you. Okay, you guys kind of have food. I should get you more, though. I will get you more when I go get more for the cows and the goats. Oop. Okay. Wow, I actually have a lot of money. I'm surprised. I was actually worried about like not being able to do a lot of stuff because, you know, lack of crops. That made... Okay, so the driftwood made coal. What, let's do the broken glasses. We'll see what that does. Here. Okay, and I'll toss the clay in here. Let's see. I need to figure out what to give Harvey for his birthday. That's gonna... Well, I still have 3 more days to figure that out. He likes snow yams. And all fruit. And all mushrooms. Egg. I could give him a nice egg in this trying time. I've given him egg many a time and he's been okay with that. So I could probably just keep giving him eggs. Oh, shoot. I'll hold on to the Joja Cola for a minute. I will toss the rocks away, though. Oh, yeah, I can sell the rusty spur as well. I'll put you in there because I don't know what to do with you yet. I will figure out what to do with the refined quartz eventually. Hello, Eddie. Game Eddie, not actual Eddie. Once again, I do not know where actual Eddie is right now. I'm assuming probably just in the closet again? Ooh, McSeeds. Oh, and then mushrooms? Oh, come on, give me the shrooms. Give me the shrooms. Thank you. Egg. Okay. Oh, another refined quartz. Okay, so glass is giving me refined quartz. That's nice to know at least. Oh, wait, no, the refined quartz is in the other one. Let's go that way. Okay. Boop. Put those away. Put the seeds away. And then sell the mushes. Okay. I need to go buy food for the babies before I forget. I need to go... My children need food. I must, as a mother, I must provide for my children. And that is me coming in every other week to Marnie's place going, give me as much hay as you can. My cows eat so much. Hello? We're gonna buy a lot. I'm gonna buy 50. Because that is 10 for each animal that is currently in that barn. So, I think that works. Alright. Thanks, Marnie. Bye. Alright, let's go buy that backpack, I guess. Pierre, you win. I'll buy your overpriced backpack. The monsters known as dust spirits are throwing the elemental balance into disarray. I would like an adventurer to enter the mines and slay 3 of these beasts. You know, I could actually probably do that. I'm encountering a lot of those in the mines. Probably just go to the mines today, why not? I'm not doing a whole lot else. Hi, give me your bag. Thanks. Goodbye, money. You got the deluxe pack. Your inventory space has increased to 36. Yay. Let's see. How long? That bag costs as much as a house. It does! Yeah, upgrading my house costs the same as me buying this bag. Nonsense, I tell you. Nonsense. Oh, that wallpaper is actually kind of cute. Oh, do I want to buy more saplings? Maybe not right now, I don't think. Oh yeah, they don't even bear fruit until the fall, so yeah, not right now, I don't think. I do have 2 rooms to decorate. You are right. Okay, give me the wallpaper. It's only 100. Okay. So now I will go put up the wallpaper, drop the hay off with the babies, and then we'll go to the mines. See if we can't kill some dust spirits. I'm gonna probably always say dust sprites on accident. Because I'm just gonna immediately default to Spirited Away no matter what. I have a little dust sprite on my keys. I have quite a few things on my keys. And one of them is this little plush set sprite that actually Finn gave me a few years ago. He just hangs out on my keys. He's my bud. Okay. Moo! I love you guys. Bye. Okay. Wallpaper, that's what I was doing. It's fine to say it. It's what they are. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that is kind of cute. Uh-oh. I didn't mean to grab that. But what if I wanted to see what it looked like in another room? Well, I guess it's just here now. I kind of wanted to see if I liked it in this one or that one more, but I guess it's here now. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so boop, 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 boop. And I'll put that back, put that back, put that back. Anything else? Anything else that I need for the mines? I don't think so. Yep, no, I think that's it. All right, let's go. Oh, I also probably don't need the... No, I'm gonna keep the hoe. Just in case. Maybe I shouldn't go running around town with holding a big bomb over my head, though. I don't know what you guys think, but that might be a little bit distressing. To see a person, you know, just walking around holding a bomb. Wow, so many books. Oh no, do I have the hiccups? I think, like, talking a lot on stream, this is a weird sentence, but I think I, like, inhale too much and it gives me the hiccups sometimes. Because I don't get, like, this weird hiccup thing anytime besides when I'm on stream. I think it's just, I guess, the talking? I don't know. Okay, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Ooh, prehistoric hand axe? That's just a rock. Probably, yeah, the talking. Yeah. All right, let's see. Level 60. Come on, let's do it, baby. We can do it. Oh, 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 oh. Nope. Nope. No, no, no. No, 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 no. There's a lot happening right now. Hi. Sorry. Wait, now that I'm thinking about that secret note that we found earlier that was dropped by a bat that I killed, why was one of Maru's notes back here with a bat in the caves, in the mines, on level, like, 50-something? I guess I like, have barely talked to Maru, so I don't really know what she does in her free time. Maru is weird. Nah. No judgment here. Okay, exit, 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 exit. Exit here. Yes! I got there. Ooh! This is much iron, thank you. Hey, dude, no! Stop it! I just want to- Stop it! I find that to be very rude. I wish you would not. Hey. Stop it. Uh-oh. Oh no. I know when the purple happens, that's not good. I know the purple is bad. But come on, I just want to mine all of this iron, please and thank you. Why do you all? Why? Why? Oh yes, and I need to be killing you guys, huh? Oh god. Oh no. It still makes such a sad noise. Hey, bats. Calm the fuck down. Okay. Are we done? Are we done? Huh? Thank you. I just want this iron. Actually, I don't think I want this iron that badly. Let's see. Oh, there are some more little sprites over there, though. I should just go kill them and get it out of the way. Oh, go, go. Yay! Was that... Okay. I have 2 days to go talk to the wizard. I'll just go talk to him tomorrow, probably. Okay, 57. Alright, okay. Okay, focusing on the end goal of getting to level 60. Hi, guys. Sorry. Okay. Because I know they're gonna attack me first. Meh. Do you have any people you're gonna raid today? Usually I just kind of see, who's online. I don't have anybody in mind right now. I saw a second ago that Abdog was streaming, and she just did a reveal of her new model. It is so cute. Abdog's human model is so adorable. So if she's streaming, I might throw you guys over there, but it's just more of a kind of like, I'll see what happens kind of thing, you know? Exit? I would like an exit. I would like an exit, please. Okay, do I have to kill you guys? I'm assuming I do. Can I recommend a channel? Yeah, sure, I can at least definitely take a look at him. Because, like, I've seen horror stories of people kind of raiding people they don't know and it not being very good. Oh, another secret note. This one was in a rock. All right. Let's see what it says. Leah's handwriting. My idea for the perfect dinner would be salad, goat cheese, truffle, and wine. For dessert, I'd need some poppy seed muffin. Yum. If someone gave me one of those things, I'd melt. Okay, good to know. Why is it in a rock? I would really like to be able to leave this level, please. Oh, Tate's? Oh, yeah, I can absolutely raid Tate's. If he's still streaming, yeah, I will absolutely go throw it over that way. Do I follow? I'm hoping I follow Tate's. If not, I will do that as soon as we raid. Oh my goodness. Oh, frozen geode, wonderful. Stairs! There we go. Hi everybody, I'm really just here to go like 2 more levels, so if you could just show me the way to the stairs. I'd appreciate it. Please, no. All of you, no. None of this. None of this. No. Come on, it's 9:30. I just have to get down 2 more levels, please. Please, 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 please.
Come on. Come on.
Oh, you all suck. I mean, you're honestly just minding your own business and I'm intruding in upon your area, but if you all could just, like, stop ganging up on me, I'd appreciate it. Oh, hey, gold! Whoop.
Come on. Ah, no, 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 no.
Why are there so many of you? Leave me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I gotta eat. I gotta eat a thing. I gotta eat. I gotta eat. I'm gonna die. Eat. Field snack. Immediately eat another field snack. Then one more. Okay. I have consumed snack. Hey, calm down. I think I might have successfully blocked something there. I think that might have actually happened. Why? I'm just getting all these secret notes. I'm assuming this is just one of those levels where I just have to kill all the monsters here. Snack, the field snack that's made of pine cones. Can I please get some stairs? Oh my god, another rucksack. Or bag, I guess. Oh. Okay, one sec. No, I gotta open this. Okay, more coal. But also, I whatever this is, I'm taking it. Ooh, many topaz, thank you. Pine seeds, yes. Okay, everybody, just show me the exit. Literally, just show me the exit. Oh no, it's midnight. Oh no, it is midnight. Just come on, guys. I'm gonna have to leave. It's like, I'm gonna go like around this corner. Oh, this is like a huge area. I'm gonna have to go, dang it. Ugh. It's fine. Let's go home. Ugh. I did get like some geodes and stuff. Oh yeah, let's read this secret note and see what we get. Huh? Okay. Well, I know where that's at. It's past the train. Okay, I'm gonna have to remember that. We'll go there in the morning. Now let's go home. Treasure, yep. Treasure. I know it's late. I know, okay? I'm so aware. I'm as aware as a person can be. Let's go, let's go, let's go! Run! It's not my fault it takes me an hour to walk home. Okay. Boop. Hi, Eddie. Hi, Blueberry. Yes, I would like to sleep, thank you. Okay. Yay! Day 12, let's go. Sorry, I'm literally gonna laugh every time I see this bear. I love this bear. Oh, Sumire, I'm researching the forgotten art of shadow divination. I require an item known as void essence. Bring it to me and you will be rewarded. Oh, I do need to go to the wizard anyway about that, them there soot sprites I killed. Okay, put you away. Just put all these resources away. Put that in there, you. Ooh. Oh, I think I need 5 gold to make gold ore. Because if I get a gold ore, then I can give those to the kidnapples. Topaz. Oh, and now I'm out of room in this. Uh-oh. Okay. You. I'm out of room in both of these. Oh, no. I need to get rid of some stuff, I guess. Well, I could probably put this out. I should smelt things. Let's see. I should also build stuff, huh? Maybe I should, do the thing that you're supposed to do in the game, which is like build and make things. I need to get rid of that knife. Okay, anything over here I can get rid of? I'll get rid of these 2 path pieces. Oh, I should take those back. Add coal to the pile here. Oh, I didn't want that. I actually want to sell those, so let's get rid of them. Okay, inventory management. I know it is so interesting. Okay, all right. So, toss some stuff over here. So you, and you, and you, and you, and you, and you. I can't sell the shoes? Okay. Guess I just live with them. Alright, let's go. Smelt. Wait, didn't I grab the gold ore? Did I just accidentally sell the gold ore? I'm gonna kick myself if I did. I might have... Oh no, it's right there. Whew! So I just wanted to see if like 1 gold ore was enough to make a gold bar, because that'd be neat. Nope, that's what I thought. Okay. Well. We'll do that. What do I need to make more of you? What was because I made the kiln thing, didn't I? Didn't I? Oh, I didn't. It's right there. Oh. Yeah, I have a lot of rocks. I can make another one. Rocks. Okay. And then you. Okay. Oh, actually. Tradesies. Guess I'll put it here. And then you. And then I can take this charcoal kiln, I'll put it closer to the house. So if I run out of charcoal, I'll have that at least. Okay. So we got a lot going on right now. I have these geodes. Toss you back there. Got that to give away. Oh, I can't get rid of the knife either. I don't want this knife. Oh, I could probably sell it at the adventure place, huh? Adventures Guild. So we gotta go see the wizard. But I think wizard I can do during a lot of the day, so I'm not gonna rush there first. I am gonna go feed my children.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Sorry, you guys are angry.
I guess I put the hay back and then just forgot to, like, you know, put it actually where they can eat it. Sorry, guys. Sophie, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Sophie. Oh no, Lizzie, I'm sorry. Rumbus is doing okay. Yijini is mad at me. Understandable, I'm very sorry. Okay, so you two ate the last of the food, is what I'm gaining from this. Oh, I need to put the pail back.
Beep, beep.
Here we go. Boop, boop. Oh, chickies. Wow, my brain suddenly got, like, so scattered. I think it's because I'm trying to remember, like, all the stuff I gotta do.
Hello, Tina.
No.
Hello, Congus. Benry. And Henry. Hello, everybody.
How are we doing?
That's nice.
Okay, boop, 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 boop. And there. And there. Very good. Okay. Go sell. Go toss these in the box. Oh. Okay. All right. So, drop these off. You, you, and you, and you, and you, and you. Perfect. Go grab. There we go. Very nice. I don't like running around with holding stuff over my head, so I'll always, like, change to an option where I'm not doing that. Okay. So, now, I'm going to Clint McElroy because I have a geode. And then I'm going to go to Gunther because I have a, like, an arrowhead, basically. Winter is the time for finding artifacts, I guess. Okay, oh yes, and then we'll go look at the treasure, and then we'll go to the wizard. Okay. I think that makes sense. Hello, Clint McElroy. How are you? Please. Look at this geode. Cool, frozen tear. Thank you. Bye. Don't know why I need to go to a specialist just so they'll hit the geode real hard, but that's fine. Hi. Okay, so I'm assuming this goes in civilization. I will put it there for now. Okay. And if I'm wrong, Punk can yell at me later. Okay, so now I'm going to do the treasure. That's where I'm going. Treasure. Worms. Whoa. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go. See what in the heck that little treasure map of the mines was all about. Whoop. Oh, thank you. Okay. I think it's up here. I'm pretty sure it's up here. Ooh, more worms. Thank you. Thank you. Any more? Just while I'm here? Hmm? No? Okay. All right. So it looked like it was right here. Whoa, like a literal treasure chest. Wow. That's neat. See how much money we get out of that. So go drop some of this stuff off back home. Hi, Linus. How are you? Please don't destroy my tent. Every time he says that, I feel so sad. Because usually if you just, like, say that to a person, that means it's happened before. Poor guy. Oh, did I check on my mushrooms? I think I did. I will see. Oh, let's do you guys. Boop, boop, beep, bop, boop, boop. Wonderful. 10 out of 10. Oh, wow, we have many mushes today. Mush. And mush. Okay. Apples don't want to... Okay. For Halloween, I've been watching Midnight Mass on Netflix. Just a suggestion for the season. You know, actually, at the party I was at last night, someone was telling me about Midnight Mass. Oh, and thank you for the hydrate as well, Red. So it's actually... I didn't know this. I've seen a little bit about Midnight Mass kind of around. But I didn't know that it was another TV series made by Mike Flanagan, whom I owe my, like, I will throw my money at Mike Flanagan 24/7. He's the person that did Hill House, Bly Manor, Doctor Sleep. Yeah, I think he's one of the best, like, up-and-coming directors. Probably not even up-and-coming anymore. He's, like, everything he's done just from, like, especially from a cinematography perspective, is just too good. It's so good. So yeah, somebody told me about that yesterday, and I was like, well, I didn't know that was him. So obviously, Kojima suggested it, and he's got good suggestions. Absolutely. If Hideo Kojima recommends anything, I'm going to watch it. Are you kidding? Oh no, I don't trust that guy. I don't trust Kojima in terms of, like, I think he's always up to some kind of shenanigans, but he actually does have decent taste in stuff that he likes. Look what he did to Cerise. No, that's just the Metal Gear series as a whole. I don't think that's 100% Hideo Kojima. It is a lot Hideo Kojima, though. Oh. But no, that's cool that Kojima has seen it and is recommending it. I don't know when it came out. Oh, did I walk past it? Oh yeah, really badly. Oopsie. Hello, Mr. Wizard. I did the thing with the soot sprites that you wanted. What did Kojima do to Cerise again? Cerise loves the Metal Gear Solid series. Like, loves it so much. So that's what Kojima did, is gave our friend an obsession with the Metal Gear series. The elementals are pleased with the job you did. Here's your payment as promised. Thank you. Bye. And you wanted void essence. I don't even know where to get that, but okay. Can I talk to you more? I believe the townsfolk are afraid of me. It is unfortunate, but I suppose it is human to be afraid of the unknown. Okay. Cerise wants to do the PowerPoint on Metal Gear lore. Yeah! I think that's just going to stay in our friend group, though, because it's more for the benefit of Jess, who wants to know more about it. I also really don't know anything about... Hello! What do you have? A pufferfish? Wait, I think the kidnappers want a pufferfish. And also a coconut. I'm gonna buy both of these. That's probably a waste of money, but... Oh, and the kidnappers don't even want that one. Okay. Yeah, it's just funny because it shows how much Cerise loves the series. Oh yeah, absolutely. I can make PowerPoints on stuff that I like. I can make a lot of PowerPoints on a lot of stuff. But there is like a lot to cover with like Metal Gear and stuff like that. So I definitely understand why a PowerPoint is needed. Because every time somebody says like something about Metal Gear, I'm like, oh, okay. Uh-huh. All right. PowerPoint on Stardew when? I don't know. I don't really think... I'm not an expert enough on Stardew to do a PowerPoint, I don't think. It has to be something that I like know a ton about, which is very rarely things that are important in any way. Oh, no, I wanted to see. I need a perch. Oh, like the fish. Okay, bye. Okay. I can make a PowerPoint about my passions, more the heat of moment kind of thing. It depends for me. I feel like the coconut goes here. That's what I'm feeling in my heart right now, and I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Really though? You guys didn't want a pufferfish? I thought that you did. This one was... Nope. Nope. Oh, I already got you one. Womp womp. That's on me. Okay. It was for sure a waste of 900 gold, but you know what? It's fine. No. Okay, so it's this other one down here. I'll find out where it's at. Come on. Oh, hey! Woohoo! Wow, that completed that whole thing. Oh, hey! Autumn's Bounty. Wow, foraging +2. That's neat. We got, ooh, that's cool. Yay! That was worth it then, actually. Let's see. I'm just seeing if that dish is something that Harvey likes. Not really. Nope. Just read through here. Wow, I just saw the words void mayonnaise. So that's a thing. All cooking. I could probably give that to him, and that'd be fine, I think. Maybe. But hey, oh, hello that's a lot of you. Hi. Oh, one second. No, I have a voice. I have a voice for this. Oh, dang it. Nope. It's a playroom now. You get it when a witch cursed your chicken? I'm sorry? A witch can curse my chicken? Better not touch my babies. Kidding me? Yeah, okay, what? Me and that witch are gonna have words. But that's cute, though. Wow, look at that. Little playroom with a spinning wheel for some reason. My current dream is to redeem an Eddie Song award and hear Whims of Fate to the tune for an Eddie Song. I could probably do that. Oh, hi! Are you following me around now? Hi! Hi, friend! Hello, friend! Hi, I'm gonna go, but hi! That's nice. I made a friend! Hi, guys! Hello. Stopped by Pierre's the other day and brought a hazelnut. It was the first time I've seen one of those here in a while. I cooked it up for dinner last night. It filled the house with a scrumptious smell. It was a hit. One hazelnut? A singular hazelnut? Okay, bye. Oh, I should maybe also talk to Robin. Anyways. No, I want to talk to your wife. Hi. Let me talk to your wife. My parents were bewildered when I told them I wanted to be a carpenter. They were pretty old-fashioned. Okay. Demetrius seems lost in thought. Yup. Hi, Sebastian. Hi. Hello. It's fun to live so close to the train tracks. It's a big reminder there's a big world out there. Yeah, dude. Chase your dreams, man. You can do it. Okay. I think I'm going to keep going until the 14th. Like, we'll get through the 14th so I can give stuff to Harvey. So we got 2 more days. 2 more days. Okay. Oh, yes, smelting. That was the thing I was doing. Boop, beep. Oh. Oh, Senti! You can go to the quarry tomorrow? Oh! That'll be fun! Senti, what song do you want? What song do you want to be to the tune? An Eddie song to be to the tune of? Let me find. Eddie, come here. Come here. It's easier for me to sing the song if it's directly to you. Where are you, bud? Eddie baby. Hello. Yes, I'm talking to you. No. He doesn't want to come over here. That's fine. Ooh. Oh, it's gonna be time for bed. Okay, yeah, you guys can do that overnight. King. I can do that. Yeah, 1 second. Let me see if I can't lure the boy. All right, 1 second. I'm gonna take my headphones. Oh. To feed my son redeems. Thank you, Exceed and Pawn. Eddie! What's up? 3 treats for the boy. Eddie. Ooh. Wow, yeah, that's some money. Exceed is just giving Eddie all of the treats. Oh, here he comes. He heard the treat bag. Hello, bud. Okay. Look, no, I got these for you. Please spoil Eddie. Come here, bud. Come here, lava. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4 treats for you. 4 treats. Come here. Headphones off. Yes, come here. I got these for you. This is gonna take forever because he's gonna eat them one at a time. Here you go. Okay, yes, say thank you. Yes, more for you. No, hey, Eddie, where are you going? There's one more. 1 second, let me go grab him. Baby. Oh, no. Hello. All right, here we are. Have a seat. And a treat. Seat and treat for you. Please just sit down. Thank you. Look, treat. Thank you. Thank you. Stay right there. Okay, or not. Bye-bye. Okay, he has received all of his treats. Thank you, guys. Okay. And then, to the tune of King, a song about Eddie. Usually I only do a couple lines. I think I have sung an Eddie song to you to the tune of King, haven't I? Haven't I? Where'd you go? Hi. Come here. It's easier for me to do this if I'm looking at you. Makes me feel slightly less embarrassed if I'm looking at you. Hey. Ta-da. Ta-da. Hello. Hello. Come here. Come here. There we go. I got him! I got him! Ha ha! I got the boy! Ha 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 ha! Okay, I have a song for you, Mr. Man. I have a song for you. Let's see. It's hard to think of them on the fly. Just because usually I just do them. Let's see. Oh, yeah, no, I have sung King to you as an Eddie song, huh? Because I was going, Edison, he is the world's cutest cat. Ba ba ba. His name is Edison, huh? That's the Eddie King song, huh? And he's run away from me. I apologize that all the lyrics to Eddie songs are just that his name is Edison, that he is a cat, and that he is a cute boy. Those are the lyrics to every Eddie song. Okay. I love it. I'm sure he's so tired of it, but it's fine. Oh, worms. Worms. Thank you. Another rusty spur that I can sell. That's all we need. Yeah, usually it's only like one or two like lines of a song. I got really like stuck on singing an Eddie song to the tune of Jesus Christ Superstar. I don't know why that happened. Okay. Hello, Game Eddie. What you do? Good jump! Very good job. Good job, bud. Okay. Ooh! Wow, we're getting a lot of purple mushrooms. That's nice. Oh, no. Oh, God. Well, I have consumed Morel on accident. It's okay, though. It's good for you, I'm assuming. It gave me energy. That's nice. No. Stop that. Hi, everybody. Are we not angry at me today? Yay. Yep, Eugenie not mad. Rumbus also not mad. Benedetto's doing better today. No, you were one that was happy yesterday. Lizzie is also happy. Sophie. Yay, Sophie loves me. That's all I want. I just want my animals to be happy. Oh, you and you. Okay. Boop, boop, beep, bop, beep. Okay. Oh, wait, no, I need the milk pail. Oh, that's okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. And that's okay. You were Eugenie. Okay. No worries, Eugenie. Bye-bye. All right. Oh, I didn't check what the vibes were for today. I should take a look, because now that I have, like, this little Autumn's Bounty thing here. Hello. Hello, Henry. Hello, Benry, which means you are Congus. Hello, Congus. And Tina. Yay! Oh, gosh, you guys are almost out of food. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. You guys have, like, two days worth of food. You're good. It's fine. It's all good. Don't worry about it. I'm not gonna let you starve, I promise. Okay. Alright, so let me toss... Oh, I kept the pail. Dang it. Going back. Slightly faster. Let's go. Let's go! I don't know why I'm trying to rush. I don't really know what I'm doing today.
Hello. Ba. Ba. Moo.
Oh, that shouldn't have let me through, but it did.
Okay. More. You.
Okay. I should drop off some of my tools with Clint, I think. Okay, so I want to sell you and you and you. And you and you and also you and you. Okay. That's it. She's getting... When you say she, do you mean me? Me's getting so tired? Me is a little bit tired, but...
I'm okay.
Watering can, this is perfect. Oh, this is perfect time to do watering can. You are right. I am getting a little bit tired. That is correct.
Where is my watering can?
Oh, it's in the second whoops. Yes, let's go do that. Since I'm not watering nothing. I will go also buy food for the babies. Copper first. Oh, yes. I think I might have already upgraded the watering can, though. I'll grab copper bars just to be safe.
Okay.
Oh. Do. Boop. Oh.
Okay.
See, I have enough to do one more thing. Well, one more iron bar. Okay. All right, baby food. That's baby food, baby food. Oh, Senti has redeemed today's ada. Let me do that.
Hello.
Pause. It's like drink first. Oh, and I should go look at the bridge too. Ada. Oh, that one felt pretty okay. Thank you for the redeem. Okay. Okay, 40, so it's 10 for everybody. 10 days worth of food. There we go.
Woo. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, now we'll go over to Clint. Yay, it was a good one. Thank you, Senti.
Hi, guys.
How are we? I just remembered that I was meant to do something, but I forgot. Oh, I had sodas. I think I might have sold them. Sorry, dude. This happens to me all the time. Same, though. Thank you. You're welcome. Okay, going to Clint. Going to Clint McElroy. That's what I'm doing. So I can take my watering can.
Okay. Hi. Hello.
Okay. Let's see. Copper trash can. Okay. Copper watering can.
Thank you.
Bye. Okay, so that's all good there. Let's go check the crab traps. And then I'm gonna go check what the vibes are for today so that I may see about maybe going into the mines. Maybe getting to level 60. That'd be nice. Oh, lots of shells.
Many a shell. Thank you.
Okay. All right. The quarry will have stuff for you too. Oh, yeah. Gotta go there too. Okay, so I'm just gonna drop some stuff off and then I'll actually just go straight to the quarry. Because that's this area right here. Yes, yes, okay, yes, so we'll go... Well, and that's by the mines too, so we can go over that way. I can also maybe go sell... Do I still have the dagger in my inventory? Yeah, go get rid of that dagger.
Ooh. Whoop. Do 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 do. A do 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 do. Hi, Willie.
Just running around, holding a nautilus shell over my head. Don't... nobody worry about me, I'm fine. I'm doing okay. I just seen if I had copper ore in my inventory so I can do some more smelting. Okay. Stuff to put in the box. Boop. You. And lobster, oyster. Trash I keep to put in the that thing. And that's it actually. Thank you. I love trash. Sub trash. It's junk.
Here you go.
Okay, and then I can do... Okay, that's what I thought, and then so we'll do quick trade here.
Okay.
Oh, got to sell these clams. Clams. Okay, gotta put that back. Oh, hey, it's me. What, huh? Trash?
Senti, you're not trash.
Oh, and this is full again.
Okay.
Boop. And both of you I can put back. Okay. I'll put that away just for right... Actually, I'll grab my mine stuff just in case I decide to go over there, so I don't have to walk all the way back. Yeah. Oh, and then food? Food do I have?
Where are my snacks?
Where are my field snacks? There they are. Oh, there's the sodas. Keep those just in case. Oh, and more copper. Wonderful. Okay. Oh, I need that coal if I'm gonna keep smelting. Come on, brain. Oh no, 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 oh no. Fuck. I just... I... It's fine. Nobody saw that. It's okay. You know, actually, I'm gonna make some stairs. Thank you. Thank you, Pawn. You know, I need to remember that I have sounds for things, but I have a... Don't ask me how that happened, because I don't even know how that happened, but... It's okay. It's okay. I'm back to normal. It's all good. It's fine. I definitely have the stuff to remake all of this. Okay, so yeah, I should see what all stuff I can make. Oh yeah, stairs. So I want some stairs. Tapper, lightning rod. That'd be kind of neat. Sprinklers. Let's see, don't need fertilizer for a minute. Transmute. I can do alchemy. Ooh, life elixir. Oh, I should remember that exists. More crab traps. Mayonnaise machine. Cheese press. I actually might have the stuff to make a cheese press. I'm gonna make cheese. That'll be fun. So, yeah, let's just go in here. Let's just grab supplies. Let's see. So, I want you, and you, and you, and you, 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 and you. Grab them from the other side over here. Boop. And you, and you. And also you. And you. And you. And you. I think that's it. Okay. All right, let's see what we can make. Cheese press. Okay, recycling machine. Charcoal kiln. Okay, that's all the stuff that I did. Preserve star turns vegetables into pickles and fruit into jam. That's cool. Let's see. Not really anything I could use right now, but might as well make it now. I have a lot of stuff. Another furnace, signs, fences, chests, tree fertilizer. Ooh! But no, I want to make a couple of, oh, I guess I can't make a couple of staircases. I can make one staircase. But we'll do some of this quality retaining soil. Sure. I can make fireplace. Anything else I can make? Ah, pine tar I need. Don't have that. I don't have an earth crystal. Okay. I already have too many scarecrows. I don't need more. Anything else? I think that's gonna be it for right now. Oh wait, there was like the sun ring thing. Oh yeah, no, I need the solar essences for that. That's not happening for a second. Okay. So, just making sure I didn't like miss any resources that I have over here. Nope. Grab this slime for just a second just to see if that's anything. Nope. Okay. All right, away with you all. All the supplies can go back over here. Boop, boop. Oh, I'm gonna keep you for a second, actually. Bomba, I do want. I want the food. That. That can go away. I do want the stairs still. I'll keep the soda just to be safe. And the torches. Okay. Let me... Actually, I'm gonna put the preserves jar in the chest. But I can put the recycling machine and all that. Trade me. And tradesies. Alright. You, here. I promise I will not blow you up. I promise I will not blow you up either. And then I'll put the cheese press over here. And we shall make cheese. Oh, no. Come. Thank you. I will put the cheese... I'll put it over here in the corner next to the bees. The bees and the cheese can hang out together. Bees, cheese. Man, I am getting tired. Hi. Good sploot. Okay. Now let's go inspect them vibes. 'Cause I forgot to check earlier. Oops. It's probably too late to do that now. Unless it's like a really good day. Neutral? Yeah, no, not worth it. We'll go tomorrow. I'll probably just do some fishing, I suppose, for the rest of my day. Oh, I need to go put those back. And I'm gonna keep you. Okay. 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 All right. Oh, the quarry! I still need to go to the quarry! Yes, I gotta do that. Oh, yeah, the chicken coop isn't there anymore. It's over here. Oh, gosh. I'm fine. I'm good. Brain is turning off, but it's okay. Hi, everybody! I know we're sleeping, but I brought you some more food. Okay, bye! Good night! Okay, let's go to the quarry. Let's see what that's all about. Oh? I would like dinosaurs, please. I honestly don't know what's going to be in the quarry. Bones would be neat. Bones would be cool. I wouldn't complain about that. Man, 8 p.m. already, huh? I'll come back to you. How late is the Adventurers Guild open? Till 10? Eh. Oh. Worms. Good. All right. Okay. Hey. Thanks. Oh. Yo. What? Okay, I might actually have to come back here tomorrow when I can see. But for the time being, I can just hang out and do this. Woo! So many rocks. So many rocks, so many ores. Yeah, baby. That's nice. That's good. This is nice. I like this. Wonderful. Perfect. Ooh! Oh, I'll be able to make some gold. Yay! So we'll have another thing completed for the kidnapples. That feels like nice progress. You'll have to probably come back here tomorrow to clear the rest of this out. Oh. Oh, no, no, no. Rocks, rocks, rocks. Oh. Okay, that was just copper. That's what I thought. Okay, cool. I know there's like probably more stuff around here, huh? I'll come back to this. Let's see where this path goes. Okay. Huh. Okay, those are just aesthetic rocks. I see. Naruhodo. Kind of. Okay. Oh, yeah. So it's just does this like respawn every little bit? Because if this respawns, I'm just gonna go ham over here and then just come back tomorrow. Yes, so many metals, so much ore. And rocks. Rocks are also good. Okay, alright, okay. Time to go home. It's 11 o'clock. Time to go. That's cool, though. That's nice. Oh, wait. No, this way. Okay, so I think for tomorrow, if the, so obviously we have to go give Harvey his thing. Uh-oh. Internet go bye-bye? Internet go bye-bye? Hey. Internet go by? What's up? Come on. Stop that. Oh. Go. Here. Boop. Boop. It finally died. It finally gave up, it looks like.
Okay, 1 secondo.
Alright. Let me do this. And I'm sure it won't be happy about it. Yep. Yep, yep. Run that diagnostic. It's gonna get mad. Oh, okay. For some reason I can't see my chat at all. Yeah, my thing is telling me that it's trying to connect to chat. Huh, that's interesting. It's still trying to figure out what's wrong, why it's not connecting to the chat. Huh. I wonder, is this like a Firefox issue? What's going on? That's so weird. Oh yeah, okay. Cool. I'm just gonna have the chat up on my phone for a minute, I guess, because yeah, it's just saying that it's not connecting to chat. Thank you guys for confirming that you're here. I appreciate it. Yeah, okay, we'll go over here. Yeah, I do not know what's going on with that. That's fun. My curse continues. Technology will not work for me. I already expect during like my 12-hour stream I'm gonna have a lot of problems. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Okay, any stuff I want to sell? Real quick. You and you. Okay. Alright, already sleep, Eddie? Oh. Yeah, if the stream does go out, just go ahead and say something in the chat, because I do have it up on my phone. So I can I'll at least see that if something happens. Woo. Alright, I have money. See, starting tomorrow, a traveling merchant what? Will dock at Pelican Town for a yearly night market. The market starts at 5 p.m. and will be in port for the next 3 days. Please visit the beach after 5 p.m. There's free coffee. Hell yeah. Oh. Let's see. I think I probably will stop today, like at the end of this day, but that means that just next time I play Stardew, we'll have that little night market to look forward to. That'll be good. Oh, hi, Eddie. You decided to, instead of walking around me, you would just rather plop on the ground? I get it. Okay. So I wanted to smelt that while I went and fed the animals, just so I'll be able to have a little gold bar to immediately take to the kidnapples. I forgot to check the vibes. I'll do that in a moment. No! No! There we go. Alright. Will the 12-hour stream have Stardew too? I'm thinking I might do kind of at like the beginning, a little bit of Stardew. Yeah, just because, you know, since I normally stream a little bit later, Stardew is a game that I can play pretty much by myself, so I figure that would be a good kind of warm-up thing to do until, you know, more people start coming in. Because I expect the first little bit to be a little bit, slow, just since, you know, it's not when I usually stream. Okay, hey for baby. Oh. There you guys go. Alright. Okay, yes, and I do need the pail. Okay. My brain is chugging, but it's working on it. I'm trying. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, my thing still says it's connecting to the chat. Interesting. Let me see if, like, I can load anything else. Or if it's just, like, a Twitch issue. Oh, I can load Twitter just fine. So it looks like it's a Twitch thing. Huh. Yeah, and if I try to bring up my Twitch dashboard, it's not bringing it up. So I actually might not be able to raid Tates if I can't access my thing to raid. Which, you know, just my luck, for real. Okay. Alright. Let's go sell all of this, go grab the gold. We'll go find Harvey. Hopefully he's just like at his clinic where he should be. Oh, cheese! I can make cheese now. Okay. Huh. Goat cheese? We'll do cheese? Cheese.